As I mentioned yesterday, I don't like to reward people for showing up late, so we are going to go ahead and get started. The participants list, if you look at it right now, we have 90 people logged into the call. Of those, some 5 are not delegates, they're staff and the timekeeper and all that sort of thing. So with that, we clearly, since we have a quorum of 44, we clearly have a quorum with which to do business. In fact, we've had very little attrition since yesterday. Thank you all so much for coming. Couple of administrative items as we get going. As we have mentioned, please go in to rename yourself and add the state that you are representing. A number of you all have done that. Thank you very much. If we could get the rest of you all to do that, I would appreciate it. If you are here as a DAL or someone not representing a particular state, then just mark that status. Reminder, you need to keep your video camera on during the meeting. We have a requirement that we are not allowed to have proxies. That's both in our bylaws, it's also in Illinois law. The only way we can make sure that you are you is to be able to see you. So please keep your video open during the meeting. We did run into an issue yesterday, and with getting motions of personal privilege, points of personal privilege, points of information, and points of order. We found that the mechanism we had for that was just a little too unwieldy, which had been to send those to Carol. We still want you to send amendments that you may have written to Carol, but what we have done is we've opened up the chat to host. So if you find the toolbar and whatever device you're using, there will be a chat feature there. And on that, you will be able to send chat messages to the host, which is me. Now, please don't send me messages that aren't on point. You know, chatty things. I need motions to come through because I don't want to sort through a bunch of other stuff. But if you do have a point of order or something, please, point of information, point of personal privilege, if you'll pop in there and tell me, I can make sure and get it in there and get you recognized for that. That being said, we did miss a point of order issue yesterday that I want to admit that we did. I made an error. There was a vote to call the question on the motion to postpone indefinitely. I closed that, declared the motion passed because I was thinking it was a majority. It is not. It is 2/3. The vote was 62 to 32. It was not quite a 2/3 majority. We have gone ahead and dispensed with that motion, and the motion failed. That's not a correctable error. We're not going back to deal with that. I think Mr. Hoffman was trying to raise a point of order to that effect, and like I said, we just didn't get it in time. So we've changed that to add this chat feature so that we can do it. Also, as opposed to having a meeting in person where we have microphones with a line, you know, what tends to happen then, if you're lined up to speak and someone makes a motion to amend, folks tend to scatter out of the way and they line up to speak to the motion. What we're doing is we're recording the order in which you have been standing at that mic to speak. And when we come back, when we dispense with the amendment, we will come back to that and I'll pick up in exactly that same order. It does help me if you go ahead and raise your hand We're not going to put you on the list a second time, but when you raise your hand, it comes to the top of my participants list. It will also help me if you do not wish to speak, if you lower your hand. But if I give you the floor, I'll take care of lowering your hand and unmuting and muting you. So please, if you've got the floor, just I'll leave your hand up and I'll take care of that issue, because you're at the top of my list and it's easier for me to find you. I don't have to go hunting for you after you're done to mute your mic back up. As we mentioned yesterday, if we do have a bunch of feedback on your mic, we may in fact mute that until we can get that cleaned up. I don't think we had a lot of problems with that yesterday. Be aware if you are queued up to speak and your mic has, and I've told you you're queued up and you have opened your mic, we're hearing everything that happens in the background. So if the dog starts barking, if you decide to do something that makes noise, we're all going to hear it. You know, the classic problem with the Zoom deal is everyone has heard the horror story, and I actually had the experience of it, of somebody who has an open mic and says something. I was in a meeting with about 50 people, and of course, schools don't have kids there, and we had a woman who had a choice word for her teenager that I can't repeat in polite company, and all 50 of us heard that. So, so if you've got open mic, just be aware of that. We don't want you to say something you didn't want to say. I think that was all the announcements I needed to make. Carol, have I missed anything? Or Ken, have I missed anything?
I think that's everything. Thank you.
Good deal. All righty. Ken, I guess I would have to unmute you if you had something. If you have something, Ken, raise your hand and move on from there. All righty. Right now I have 103 participants logged in. There are 6 logins that are not able to vote, either because they're staff or they're hosts. I am one of those 6. So if I am adding my vote to an issue, I will announce it. Another thing that is a little different from yesterday, we've gone to just a generic call the question polling question. So that will come up. That'll make it a little bit quicker when we have that happen, because that might happen a couple of times today. All right. Without further ado, we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. I did receive last evening a request for a point of personal privilege from Mr. Gerald Larson of Alabama, and I am opening the meeting with granting that point of personal privilege. So Mr. Larson, you may unmute your microphone and you are up, sir.
Thank you. It has been alleged that the delegates have no way to communicate with each other. This is simply not true. I noticed this problem in starting on the 20th of July. I forcefully suggested via email to both the president and the executive director that it would behoove US Chess to have a private communications channel for the delegates during the interval leading up to and including the delegates assembly, in order to allow the delegates to intelligently and privately discuss the significant issues before us. The lack of any face-to-face meetings or conversations meant there simply must be some form of electronic substitute. I was rather insistent, perhaps even obnoxious. I can be that way. Executive Director Carol Meyer grabbed this idea and implemented it within days in a very fine channelized Slack communications app for the delegates. It works really, really well. There has been very productive dialogue there for about a month now. Anyone who is truly prepared for this special delegates meeting has been on it. Anyone who would like to can still join and catch up. There is a lively chat going on there right now. All signs indicate that this dialogue tool will continue, quite possibly permanently. Each of you has been invited to join this Slack group probably multiple times. Although my initial suggestion was very much against doing so, there is even live chat on Slack during the special delegates meeting. It can be both informative and fun. I myself have cast some shade there. It moves from topic channel to topic channel as the meeting advances. That is the nature of live chat. For any delegate to now argue that he or she has had no opportunity for input, despite many opportunities for input, is completely disingenuous. There have been many town halls plus continuous Slack opportunities for weeks and weeks now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Larson. We will move on then with our next back into the order of business to get that back reset. I have asked Randy Bauer if he would, we were on the motion for the executive board restructuring. I'm going to bring up we are talking about an amendment, but I'm going to bring us up to where we're at on that. Randy, just take a moment. Don't take, we're not presenting the motion again. Let's where is Randy? Let's, there, okay, your mic's open. Let's set the stage for where we're at and let's move on.
Great. Thank you, Ellen. So as you recall, yesterday I did present some background on this particular motion, which is directly comes from the governance task force. And one thing I didn't do yesterday as it relates to the governance task force is acknowledge the participation of the final 9 members of the task force that voted 7-2 to move this motion in front of the body. And so I want to do that right now. First of all, the chair was Gary Walters. The other members were Leela Dockin, Guy Hoffman, Richard Kepke, Corey Cormick, Alex Lemelski, Alan Priest, Ken Sloan, Richard Williams Jr., Harold Winston, and me. And as I mentioned yesterday, there were over 7,300 messages exchanged amongst members of the governance task force through its 18-month run. You know, if you just did the math, if every participant spent a minute on each of those messages, and on many of them was much more time than that, that'd be over 120 hours each that they dedicated to this particular task force. And I know for a fact it was more than that, but that gives you a sense of the commitment that these people made to taking these issues and thoroughly discussing them and then presenting a proposal to the delegates. And, you know, what we have is a product of bipartisanship. Parts of the proposals before you weren't what I wanted. They weren't what all of the members of the committee that voted for in favor of it 7-2 wanted. We reached consensus, and I think what we have is a pretty balanced proposal. Right now, we're dealing with the executive board restructuring. Yesterday, we dispensed with 2 major motions, one of which would have tabled this indefinitely. That failed. We also dealt with a proposal, an amendment that would have changed the 4-year terms in this particular motion back to 3 years, and that also failed. You know, I think we've had substantial debate on what the issues are related to this. In a nutshell, it is that our executive board needs the time to dedicate to the work that it does without continual distractions and the costs associated with going to having yearly elections. And by going by yearly, we'll have that opportunity to cohere and work better together. You know, the organization, you know, they've been strong. I'm not saying that USChess hasn't had strong executive boards or that it hasn't done good work in the past, but we are different than the past. The one thing that has been mentioned is that we have right now as of August 4th, we had $1,461,000 in our reserve fund. We also have $584,000 in our LMA trust and $832,000 in our endowment trust fund. All told, that's like $2.9 million, most of which has occurred. Yes.
Randy, you're moving into speaking to the motion. We were just resetting the point. That's where we are.
Okay,
so
fine. All right.
Reset.
So all right. So I'll speak to this topic a little bit more later. But the point is, we've dispensed with 2 major motions that would have changed significantly what is being put forth in front of the body. I believe there are at least a couple more motions. I am in general going to ask that, you know, you all resist and give the governance task force that's put so much time into this an up or down vote on the compromise that it's put before you, that it put before you on a 7-2 vote. And I guess with that, Mr. President,
There we go.
I will yield the floor.
Thank you very much. So what we have before us, where we ended the day yesterday, was this amendment, which was presented by Mr. Winston of Illinois, that said, this is on the Article 6 bylaws provision. Carol, scroll up to the actual section 7 as it exists right now. The motion that exists is actually section 8, and Harold, with your indulgence, we're just going to change your amendment from section 7 to section 8 because that's actually what you're amending. If you'll slide down further, Carol. Keep going, please. Keep going, please. Right here. I need a little bit bigger screen. I've taken you too far down. Please go back up a bit. Because this is term limits, and Harold does not have it set. There it is, right there. No individual should serve more than 11 consecutive years on the executive board. As we had mentioned yesterday, to just put the context here, that is designed to handle this transitional period where we have folks who could serve 3, 3, and 7 and serve 3 terms. The current language talks about term limits as 3 terms. So there we go. And let's move down now to the amendment. Harold, if you would please hold your hand up, it'll help me find you. And I'm going to give you the floor to present the amendment. I found you. I'm going to unmute you, Harold. You have the floor.
Thank you, Alan. All right, so this is to change it to make it only 8 consecutive years on the executive board. That's what we did when we had 4-year terms before, 1999 to 2009. And therefore, some people who were elected to a 2-year term would have to have left after serving a total of 6 years. Now, we have people on board now who've been elected to 3-year terms. This would limit them to 7 consecutive instead of 8. But then nothing would stop them from waiting 2 years and running again. In my experience, and I had 3 terms on the executive board, including when I was elected president, which you directly elected then back in 1987, it was helpful to me to be off the board for a few years in between before I came back. In fact, I was off 2 years before I was then elected as president. It gives you an interesting perspective. I think it's anti-democratic to have someone serve as much as 11 years on the board. And we had the 8-year limit before, it worked, and it seems to me that's appropriate. Thank you. I'm from Illinois, and I'm also a delegate at large, and I'm in favor of this motion that I've made.
Well, Harold, I hope you're in favor of a motion that you made. It'd be weird if you weren't. All right, Mr. Redmond, I'm going to ask you to unmute. You have the floor, and Andy Rea, you are on deck.
I agree with Harold. I think this worked before. I think it will continue to work. And so I'm very much in favor of his suggestion.
The practical impact of this change will to take certain sitting board members and reduce their term of service that they could be serving under present rules from 9 years down to 7. All right, Andy Rea, you have the floor, and Brian Yang, you are on deck.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Andrew Ray, Virginia. I had gotten in line for the main motion. That's where I had thought we would be. I had been there. I wanted to make sure that I was in that line. I don't have anything to say on this motion. I want to make sure I'm reserved when we get back to the main motion.
We will mark you as having spoken to this motion. If you choose to speak to it later, you can. So when we do that, please delete him from the previously spoken list, and we will move on. Brian Yang, you are up to speak on the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment.
Whoop, sorry,
Oh,
I muted you by accident. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
hi. All right. So good morning, delegates. So on the amendment, I am speaking against the amendment simply because I don't think that we should diminish the work that the Governor's Task Force has done for the past 2 years. As we can see, these amendments that are delivered on the floor without any discussion, like if anybody's complaining about having no time for discussion, it's these amendments that are brought to the floor and not on Slack or email to us in weeks in advance. So I am speaking against the amendment simply because, I mean, it's not well thought out. And I'm going to give the respect to my fellow delegates who were serving on the Governance Task Force that spent 2 years on this, compromising, hammering out all the details. So give the respect to the Governance Task Force, and I yield the floor.
Thank you very much. Leela, you have the floor. David Day, you are on deck.
Thank you very much. Leila Dockamp from Louisiana, who has served on the Governance Task Force for 2 years. I'm speaking against the amendment, and I want to make sure that there's not any confusion about this 11-year idea. Yesterday, I was very surprised to hear Mr. Manella of Southern California railing against 11 years as being too long, because Mr. Manella has always taken the position that he doesn't believe in any term limits at all. And this is not an overall 11-year issue that's going to have numerous people long into the future serving on the board for 11 years. What this amendment would do, however, it would take Ryan Velez, who was elected under a scheme where he could serve up to 9 years, up to 3 full terms, and Mr. Hayter, Mr. David, and Dr. Fong, who were just elected similarly, and reduce their potential term of service to 7 years, from 9 to 7. And all this does is make it possible for them to be elected a third time, just as would be the case under the scheme under which they were elected. It's transitional in nature. It's something that was carefully thought out by members of the Governance Task Force, and that I didn't propose, but Corey Cormack, I thought very wisely described it as an elegant means of accomplishing the transition to 4-year terms. And that's really what it is. It's an elegant means of accomplishing that transition without reducing the potential leadership roles of 4 people who will be on the executive board at the end of the day today. Thank you.
I think the proposal as it came out was largely made by Mr. Hoffman. As a practical standpoint, just as informative about the motion that exists as the language exists today. If folks have served 8 years and they were to apply, they would not be eligible to serve because they could not serve all the way through the next term. So the only way you could serve anything more than 8 is if you'd served a partial term, which is what we have today. All right. Mr. Day, you have the floor. Mr. Velez, you are on deck.
I call the question.
The question has been called. I'm going to clear the board. Do we have any objections to calling the question? We have one. That's all we need. So we will have now a vote on calling the question. Carol, can you please bring that poll up? It does require 2/3 to 2/3. 92 have voted. Closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End the poll, share the results. The vote to call the question is 65 to 29 to 1. That is more than a 2/3 majority on it. We do have a Dylan, I'll get to that here in just a second. So this motion has been called. We will vote on the amendment. The amendment that's in place would be to change, actually, I believe it is section 8, change the third sentence to read, no individual should serve more than 8 consecutive years on the executive board. So let's bring up that polling question, please. Carol? I have 84 votes. I believe voted. We have 98 votes in place. That should be everyone who is eligible to vote for who is logged in by what I have. Ending the polling, sharing the result. The vote is in favor of the amendment 46, opposed to the amendment 50. Not voting or abstaining was 2. That means this amendment fails. We have a technical issue going on here, Carol, that we need to get addressed. I have a couple of folks who have contacted me through the chat and say they do not have a functioning raise. They do not have an operating raised hand function. That would be Mr. Glover and Mr. Quircha. So, I'm sorry. So we need to get those guys up and fixed, I think.
Right. Just if I can speak to that, the raise hand function in most instances lives within the participants window as a button you press at the bottom of the window. If you're coming in from a Chrome browser on a Mac, there's a little hand in the bottom of your window that you raise. And then there are still other versions of the raise hand function that, depending on the platform or operating system you're using, can be in various locations. This is why in the 3 town halls we had on familiarizing yourself with Zoom, we pointed out these things and asked everybody to test it in advance. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do right now to fix those issues.
Mr. Eade has sent me an item in the chat, says if you are on a phone, you can use *9. And I assume he knows what he's talking about. I've never done this part on a phone. So *9 may be a way to resolve that issue. So guys, check that out. Send me back a chat if we have a moment, if you have an issue. We have a point of information that has been raised. Actually, we have a couple of them. So I'm going to go ahead and let those point of informations be addressed while we see about this other issue. So the first one is Mr. Hassler. Actually, he has two of them. You have raised as a point of information, what is the cost of running an election?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot now about how much money we're going to save by not having elections every year, and obviously there's a cost, but I've never heard the cost figure actually mentioned once yet. Does
Actually,
anyone-
it was mentioned. It actually was mentioned yesterday.
I didn't hear it. So do
and
you know what that is approximately?
The actual hard raw cost in dollars of postage and all that is somewhere approaching $4,000. That does not include travel time for folks and costs to go to the counting site to participate in the count, and it doesn't include the hours of staff time that are involved with, for example, vetting petitions, and all the time associated with that. The person who I'm going to bring into the discussion, because he addressed most of this yesterday, is the chair of the elections committee, which is Ken Ballou. Ken, I have unmuted you,
Uh-oh, that's dangerous.
and you can address that issue.
Mr. President, I think you've covered it fairly well. We had 4,023 registered voters for this election, so figuring first-class postage in excess of 50 cents, we're looking at north of $2,000 just for the postage to mail the ballots. There is also staff time. The governance coordinator verifies randomly, I believe currently, every 5 signatures, every 5th signature on nominating petitions. As we have to move to electronic submission of petitions with the COVID-19 issue, we're going to have to increase that to probably 1 in 3. I obviously don't know what the cost of staff to do that is, but it is a substantial investment of time. Those would be the largest costs, Mr. President.
Yeah, there are also
Alan?
costs to reconstituting the board every year. Now, it's not a hard dollar cost, but it is a cost in time that's involved and functionality of the board. It's hard to put a real dollar on that, but we'll go on with that.
Well, so
And Alan?
Mr. Hassler.
go ahead, Mr. Bauer. You're going to say something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was the one who raised this issue, and as the costs that have been laid out by Mr. Ballou and by Mr. Priest, beyond that, I mentioned the fact that the office has to take the candidate statements every time, proof them, put them into their location in Chess Life, and that's a significant amount of time as well. I know from having worked with the office on that. The pages in Chess Life is an opportunity cost that, in my opinion, would be better dedicated to other aspects of our mission. So there are a variety of costs that are beyond just the hard dollar costs as well.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just, I'm trying to get a number, and I still can't seem to get a number. So, is it 15? Is a good guess 15,000? Is a good guess 20,000? I mean, I'm asking. I'm not asking for a hard number. I'm not asking to embarrass anybody. I'm just trying to get a handle on it.
The printing and mailing costs are somewhere in the $7,000 to $10,000 range. There's also a considerable amount of staff time that is done both in advance as well as during the election, counting, validating.
Right.
Participated in that this year. It's I would say somewhere between, in real costs,
30,000, 40,000.
I don't think it's quite that much. I would say between 15 and 20.
Okay. I think that's, thank you. My other question was,
Hold on 1 second. Mr. Hassler had a second point of information that he had raised, and so I'm going to allow him to continue to have the floor to have that answered, and then we're going to deal with a couple of other issues. Go ahead, Mr. Hassler.
let me just say, I will promise to not be that guy. But my other question was, is there a reason why all of the changes were lumped in one motion as opposed to voting on each change separately? And the reason why I bring this up is it was, I think there's a lot of things in here that would pass near unanimously. And I think we're all getting hung up on the term limits and maybe one or two other items. And I'm wondering why they were all lumped together as opposed to voted on separately. That's all. Thank you.
So I can answer that as the sponsor of the floor manager of this motion. These were voted out as a motion by the governance task force. And as I suggested, with all of the work that was done to reach compromise and a pretty strong majority on a 7-2 decision by that task force, to separate them now takes away from that balancing act work that was done by the task force. If you start parsing it out, you lose some of the balance that exists in the motion.
So to make it, in my mind, I'm a person who tries to think of analogies. This would be somewhat similar on a lesser scale of making changes to Social Security that requires an up or down vote on the whole shebang.
I would like us to have an up or down vote. I kind of
No, I'm not.
To,
I'm just trying. I'm not trying to speak to or against the motion. I'm just trying to understand the thought process. That's all.
yeah, well, I mean, that was the thought process. It's like a watch. There are different mechanisms that are working together to get to what we as a task force believe was a appropriate outcome.
And with that, please mute me. Thank you so much.
All right. Doing that. There was a question that had been raised, the point of privilege, that we had a couple of folks whose hand raise function was not working. Dylan Quercho was one. He is now telling me that it is fixed, and I know it's fixed because his hand is up. The other one who would seem to have a problem with that was Mr. Glover. I don't know if he's figured out that functionality yet now or not. We also had, just a second, let me run down through here. We've got that fixed, we got that addressed, we got that addressed. As I had mentioned before, the Mr. Manross has raised a point of information that will the vote on the amendment to postpone indefinitely still be on the books as having occurred? Certainly it will, because it was, the vote was not, I think you're meaning the vote on the calling the question. Certainly the motion that was voted down, and that vote was properly counted. And so that is not an error we will go back and deal with. We just closed off debate a little quickly. Obviously, folks were satisfied to vote the motion down. So we are done with those issues. I don't see any more points of information. I do have, however, a point of privilege being raised by Mr. Manella, and I will unmute him for that purpose. Jim, you may unmute your mic.
All right.
Hold on a second, and you have the floor for a point of privilege. You've got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Ms. Thea Quinn mentioned my name as someone who was opposed to term limits. And that is true that in the past, I have been opposed to term limits. However, I want to make it perfectly clear that that opposition to term limits was under the old form of government or current form of government, and not under these proposals. If these proposals passed, then I am 100% in favor of term limits, because 11 years is simply too much time to have anybody on the executive board.
You are moving to speaking to the motion now, right?
No, I just want to make it clear, because we will be voting on that motion.
Gotcha.
That I do support term limits under this proposal that we will be voting on shortly. And
All right.
that was it.
Gotcha. I'm with you. Now, we have already then had the vote to deal with this amendment. So we are back, according to my records, we are back to a voting on the main motion. I don't believe we have any other amendments filed. And Mr. Manelli, you really were addressing the motion at hand. So our parliamentarian is telling me that really wasn't a point of personal privilege. So, but I'm going to move ahead with it. I'm not going to take you out of the queue to address the motion as a whole. Can we scroll up to my list of hands for the motion, for the main motion? Because we've dealt with all the amendments that we have. Okay, here to speak to this. These are the folks who were lined up for the main motion when we started.
Alan,
Yes.
we have other amendments that are queued up, but people have not yet been recognized to speak to them. So just a point of clarification there.
All right, let's get these motions dealt with. Which one do we have up next?
Let me,
Take them in the order we got.
Steve Emmett's motion.
And Steve, thank you for the message in the chat. I got it as I was getting ready to head on to something else here. All right. Can we bring this down just a smidge so we can get as much of the rationale in there that we can, please? So what Steve's motion, Steve, I'm going to give you the floor in just a second, is to basically remove this point of not to not have the felony conviction. No, Mr. Manross, new amendments cannot be sent in Zoom chat. You need to send them through email, as we said, because we can't copy them out of Zoom chat and get them up into the other. So as we said, the procedure to send in amendments is to send them by email to cmeyer@uschess.org. That's been in place and that has not changed. All righty. So just a second, Steve. You may unmute your mic. We are now addressing this proposed amendment. So those of y'all who are in line, I am actually going to remove everybody's hand. I'm going to lower everybody's hand. If you want to speak to this amendment after it's made, then we'll let you come back up for it. All right, Steve, go ahead. You have the floor.
All right. There's a typo in my proposed amendment, and it should be has disclosed the details of all convictions of felonies in his or her nominating petition.
Okay.
All right. So that's one of the things I wanted to correct. And there was also something in my rationale that had the wrong word. I don't know if I need to correct that or
just
not.
go on. Just go on with it.
All right. So I wanted to address this. I think some of it is addressed in the rationale, but I'd like to address some likely objections to this that I've heard before. One of them is that there's always the opportunity for wrongfully convicted persons of seeking a like gubernatorial pardon or a presidential pardon or something of that nature. And yes, that is true, although in most cases, the pardon is a sort of a pardon of the punishment. The crime in a pardon is usually recorded anyway, and someone is noted as having been, his punishment as having been pardoned. But the record of the conviction is still.
Steve, that is actually not factually correct. A pardon, what you're talking about is a commutation of sentence. A pardon, it removes it all, and it's like it never happened.
All right, so if it's expunged, then I used the wrong, I was addressing the wrong.
Expunged is the same thing. Expunged removes it from the record entirely.
Okay, all right. So
expunged and pardon have the same practical impact.
All right, so yes, okay, so having been corrected on that, I still would argue that that is not necessarily the most effective way to address convictions, because it's not, a worthy argument can still be delayed quite a while that process plays out. The argument also has been made that this is not about the individual, this is about the organization. And yes, that is true, but I think if there's an issue with the individual that is inherently incorrect or unfair, it also reflects on the organization too. There are cases where valued viewpoints can be basically not considered. Diversity of opinion can be closed down by somebody, let's say, who got in trouble in a fight as a youth, and that was many years ago, and he made a mistake.
You have 10 more seconds.
Okay, so that is that. The last issue is that this idea of everything has to be voted up or down, that assumes
Steve,
that everything is
you're out of
perfect
time.
to be corrected. That's
Thank you.
my.
You're out of time. Carol, please scroll the box down so we can see the entire rationale. Thank you very much. All right. Have we seen that? Next up that I have in the queue to speak to this is Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, may I unmute? And then I have Mr. Hoffpower.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the amendment. Nothing in barring felons from service on the executive board bars felons from serving chess. They can still run tournaments, they can still play, they can still serve as delegates. It's just about ensuring that we have highly qualified candidates that we know can embody the fiduciary duties required to serve on the executive board. Part of the rationale of this is that the present bylaws offer almost no punishment for someone who refuses to disclose their past conviction. Right now, a felon is required to disclose in a chess life statement, but the only teeth that has is that the felon who is elected to the board who doesn't disclose his or her conviction is subject to or grounds for immediate recall. This still means we have to have a 2/3 majority on ADM or a 3/4 majority on non-advanced motion. We have to then have a recall election that's going to cost, up to $4,000, as we were just discussing.
Like 7.
Sure. And then on top of that, we need 2/3 majority of registered voting members, 4,000 voting members, and 1,800 just voted in our most recent contested election. It's better to just
have a 2/3 majority of those who actually vote, but that's okay.
But it's much more clear to just have the bar full stop. These people can still serve chess. Thank you.
Ryan, you had your hand up and you're listed in the raised hand, and I skipped over you, I think, because I accidentally lowered your hand. Are you wishing to speak to this motion?
No, not this one.
All right. Take him off the list. Mike Hoffpower, you have the floor.
Good morning. I don't understand what is meant by disclose the details. I mean, what's a detail to me may be fluff to somebody else. Furthermore, if details are disclosed, how does one seek verification of said details? So I'm against this proposed motion. That's it.
Steve, would you like to address that question of what that means in your proposal? I'm giving you the floor.
All right, disclose the details can be dates of offense or conviction and what the conviction was for. I mean, that's certainly a minimum that wouldn't be needed is the details of the offense. And if the candidate wishes to address any more explanation, he would have the opportunity to do that. And just to make it clear, this is something that would be required on the nominating petition. He would have to have this disclosed. And this goes hand in hand with the background check. Thank you.
All right, Steve, I'm just going to mute you down. You're in line to speak to this a second time. Mike, did that answer your question?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. I'm going to mute you. Mr. Bauer was next in line, I believe. Can we scroll me up to get my speaker list so I can see it? Thank you very much. I don't know.
Mr. Chair,
I don't have,
call the question.
okay, we have the question that has been called. Do we have our list marked? I think if you just add Mr. Manross at the bottom of the list, please, because his hand is up. Below Mr. Manella, I'm going to clear the board. Do we have an objection to calling the question? We have an objection. We will now vote to call the question. We don't have to have any more hands. We have an objection. Let's bring up the poll to call the question. I'm just going to launch this as it is. This is calling the question on Steve's amendment. I have 93 who have voted, 96. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We will end the polling. We have 66 votes in favor of calling the question. We have 30 votes opposed. That is more than 2/3 majority. The question has been called. Now we will be voting on Steve's amendment. Two have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone who is eligible has voted. Oops, sorry. The votes in favor of the amendment are 38. Votes opposed, 5. Those who chose just vote present. I'm sorry, votes nay are 56. Those who voted present are 5. This motion fails. Do we have any more amendments related to the EB structure motion? Carol, have we received any?
We 2 more.
Okay, let's get the next one up. I'm clearing the board of raised hands again. This is a proposal from Mr. Reed of Texas. Mr. Reed, I have given you the floor to present your amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. My proposal is basically to allow members to vote on changing only add the addition of section 2 with the existing term limit of has not served more than three consecutive terms on the executive board for eligibility, and no other changes to the rest of the sections other than renumbering them. And the rationale is to provide members the ability to vote in these very important changes for eligibility and not pass any of the other changes to the bylaws.
So what your amendment is to eliminate anything else, to only have section 2, And the language that you have for section 2 is actually different than the language for section 2 in the proposal. Is that correct? Because it is.
Correct. Just to rephrase the, the existing limitation of having not served more than 3 consecutive terms.
So that is different than the existing proposal.
Correct.
Item 2, that's the only change in section 2.
And the only change in section 2, and then no other changes for any other section.
Well, that would not be correct because there are other sections that have items that have been moved out of them and put into this section 2 language. There, for example, the anti-nepotism rules are in a separate section, so you're actually incorporating them here.
Well, that's from the existing motion. Existing.
Okay, I'm with you. I got you. All right, we have some hands up to address.
Right, because there was like a part 6 and 7. Yeah, exactly.
I'm with you. Okay, I got it now. I'm trying to make sure we have the motion exactly clear as to what it does. Is there a way simply to make this screen bigger, please, Carol? Is that at all possible? I cannot see the name, not that way. Longer, I can't see the names.
Actually, yeah, shrink it, like reduce the zoom level.
Yeah, we need to make the zoom smaller. Then folks can make it bigger on their screen. I've got to be able to see the names in addition to language. The first person up has the floor. This is Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. I'd ask the members to resist this amendment. Essentially, it's undoing almost all of what the Governance Task Force has recommended with just a small, maintaining just an item that wasn't even considered in terms of how the term lengths would be structured. This is essentially defeating the Governance Task Force's motion. We've had significant debate on that already. I don't think we need to have it here. We can have it when we get to the full motion. So I would suggest that this is in some ways the way to entirely eliminate what the Governance Task Force has done, and I would ask you to oppose it.
All right. Mr. Manross, you have the floor. Mr. Morford, you're in line.
This may be the most important amendment we are going to see today. This is the fundamental trust me question on the Governance Task Force. It's very convenient that Vice President Bauer spoke first. We have heard that this is entire massive edit to Article 6 is too much, all packaged up into one individual motion that should be separated and voted on as individual pieces. Mr. Bauer says that this undoes all the work of the Governance Task Force. The problem is we still don't know what that work is. We've been told that the delegates know everything that's been said. I went through what the delegates have been given. Mr. Vice President, your exact quote from February 11th at 9:45 a.m. is not in there. It is this.
Mr. Manross, are you addressing this motion?
This
are you,
motion. Yes,
Mr. Manross.
directly motion, Mr. President.
Hold on just a minute. If you wish to address this particular motion, that's fine. If you're trying to address the motion as a whole, that's not what this does. I'll give you the floor back. You still have your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. This motion eliminates all of the attack on the democracy of U.S. chess. That quote again from our Vice President, Randy Bauer, at 9:45 a.m. on February 11th in the Slack minutes of the Governance Task Force, which are not transparent and we have not been given. Quote, democratic processes didn't work, so we discarded it. See, democratic processes aren't the be-all and end-all. Sometimes reality has to take.
Mr. Manross, you are not speaking to this motion. I have had 2 points of order raised. Speak to this amendment or yield the floor.
Although the quote is being squashed, this amendment answers directly the attack on our democracy. The Governance Task Force has not made the minutes clear on why we should accept any more than this. Mr. Reed, beautiful motion from the state of Texas. Thank you, Texas, for leading the fight for democracy in chess. Southern California wholeheartedly joins you. All delegates, please accept this amendment to maintain Article 6. We can discuss everything else next year, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. Morford, you have the floor. Mr. Williams, you are on deck.
Would it be possible to show on the screens the actual proposed amendment? I'm looking at other things that are not germane to this discussion.
That is what is on the screen right now.
Yeah, thank you. It just got scrolled up. Thank you.
Well, if I scroll it up all the way, I can't see the people's names. So we'll scroll down and look at the amendment one more time. Keep going, please. What this does say, as Mr. Reed described it, this keeps section 2 of the current proposal. However, it limits the terms to 3. So, and it does not, the current proposal, of course, says 11 years. It turns this to 3. So it is a substantive change from the existing bylaws, which have a 10-year term limit, because it adds for the partial years, and it removes everything else that has been selected.
Okay, well, I rise to speak in favor of the proposed amendment. I mean, this strikes me as being much more elegant than the original model of 11 years. This helps avoid, I would think, any possibility of somebody terming out in the middle of a term.
We already addressed the term limit issue. That was already a motion about changing the term limit. So this is not specifically about term limit. This is about removing all the other pieces.
Well, I think that that's probably a step in the right direction. There is too much in the proposed amendment, the original one. So I think this is probably a step in the right direction. And for those people who think we should just accept discussions that have occurred in the government task force or on other platforms, this is the delegates meeting. That's what we're here for, to go through the entire document again. And I support this. I think it's a very well motivated proposal from Texas.
All right, thank you very much. We have raised a point of privilege and a point of order. Just a second, let me get Mr. Bauer. Mr. Bauer, you can unmute. You have the floor. You had a point of personal privilege and a point of order.
One of the personal privileges have been mentioned in a quote in a Slack discussion that is not minutes. The Slack discussion was predicated on the fact that it was amongst the members of the governor's task force. It was not minutes or proceedings. And that quote has been wildly taken out of context. It wasn't even dealing with the topic that we're talking about, which is length of terms. It was dealing with whether or not to have appointed board members. As has been pointed out numerous times, and I have pointed it out to Mr. Manross, and he just doesn't want to accept it or doesn't understand it, that is not an issue that is in front of the delegates. And to raise it in this way is disingenuous, and I just think does not serve the delegates well. That's my point of personal privilege. My point of order is a question to the parliamentarian: is this amendment divisible? Because I think it is, and I would like to divide it.
I'm unmuting the parliamentarian. Mr. Parliamentarian.
Mr. President, the motion to divide the question would be in order.
Which question?
Then I move
to divide which question, Randy?
I would like to divide the amendment in front of us. And I would like to divide it so that the removal of all the rest of the motion is Division B, and Division A is this issue that has been put forward about the term limits. You know, this is just really a subterfuge to try and eliminate the entirety of, almost the entirety of the governor's task force motion by putting forth one little change that may be acceptable to the body as a whole. I do not want the body to misunderstand what's being done here. So that is my division, and I would then ask that we go to Division A first.
All right, thank you. We have a motion then to divide the question. Mr. Ballou, I need some guidance here. Can unmute your mic, please? Is this motion debatable?
Let me check, Mr. President. I believe the answer is yes, because the underlying motion is. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Divide the question is not debatable. My error.
So we have a motion on the floor to divide the question. One second. So we have a motion to divide the question. To divide the question, that's section A being being the first issue to be section A being, I'm sorry, the first part of the division being section 2, the second part of the division being all the rest. We need to take a poll and a vote on dividing the question.
No. Oh, okay.
So we're just, Carol, if you could get me a poll up for that. If you just put the poll and say divide the question, we should be sufficient. This is a simple majority vote, right, Mr. Parliamentarian? Ken?
Sir, Mr. President, yes. It is a simple majority.
There's been a question raised, if the division passes, is this amendment defeated? It is not. It means we will be voting on the amendment in 2 different parts. Motion to divide the question. $85 voted. 95 have voted. Let's get votes in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We will end the polling. The question is divided. The aye vote was 46, nay 39. 10 voted present. 46 is bigger than 39 in this accountant's book. So therefore the question is divided. What we will now be dealing with is only the section 2 portion. So the section 2 portion, which says we will essentially change the, what section 2 does as a separate motion is it simply changes the term limits from 11 years to 3 consecutive terms. That's the effect of this motion. You know, I am going to, we have this recorded. Those were recorded for the other. I'm clearing the board. If you would like to speak to the divided motion now, we will do that. Mr. Winson asked a question. I'm assuming it's a point of information. How can Mr. Bauer make a motion as part, I got you, Sean, I'll come back. As a part of point of personal privilege, he had raised a point of personal privilege and he had raised a point of order. So under the point of order, he divided the question. Just a second, Sean. Sean Manross had requested a point of personal privilege. Sean, you can unmute. There you go. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am speaking to having been referenced by the Vice President. The point at hand is intrinsically linked to the motions we're debating, although it is not specifically the motions we're debating, and I'm not speaking to them. This has become a trust me issue, and it's not just me. This is so big to accept that the entire board of Southern California has rejected it. You have heard the former
You're
president.
speaking to the motion, Mr. Manross. This is not a point.
I have said that the vice president said that the quote has been taken out of context. Mr. Manila, who is a member of my board of directors, which I am now speaking about. No, I'm speaking to having been accused of taking it out of context, Mr. President. When we say that this is an attack on the democracy of U.S. chess, we received that information from a whistleblower from the governance task force who was not mentioned today, Jim Manila. He was removed from the governance task force wrongfully. Many of you saw an email about that.
Mr.
Why
Manross,
was Mr.
you
Manila
are not
removed?
speaking. You are speaking to the order, to the motion. Hold on just a minute. Hold on a minute. Mr. Ballou, parliamentarian, my ruling is that he is not speaking under point of personal privilege. He is actually speaking to the motion. Therefore, that's the ruling I'm going to make right now. I'm going to open the floor back up one more time and allow him to speak to point of personal privilege. But if he starts speaking to the motion again, I'm going to cut this off. Now, if I do that, the folks will be able to vote on the ruling of the chair. So, Mr. Manross, if you'd like to continue to speak to personal privilege, that's fine, but quit speaking to the motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a fundamental issue of trust, and that is why it was said that I was taking the quote out of context. The quote was not taken out of context. If you perceive, like Southern California, the value of democracy in chess. The quote is about the fundamental nature of everything the governance task force has done. And the quote is about the fact that we have had an organization that has been democratic for literally decades. It's worked well to date, and now they're trying to change it. I did not take anything out of context from our whistleblower.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Ballou. Point of order. What was that?
The gentleman said something after my point of order that may make it moot. A point of personal privilege goes only to what is said in debate about the person making the statement, and the comments are limited to rebutting that, not to addressing, for example, what Southern California thinks of this motion.
All right, Mr. Manross, you have 15 seconds left if you'd like to stay on your point of personal privilege instead of straying off the topic.
I believe I made my point about democracy and chess. I simply wish to thank the president. You run a great meeting, sir, and thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. We stand by our interpretation of the quote about the attack on democracy and chess.
Thank you, Mr. Manross. Speaking now to the motion, Mr. Bauer, we are speaking to the only the Section 2 amendment whose effect of the change is to move from 11-year term to 3 consecutive terms, which, if the rest of the motion passes, would then be a 12-year term on the board. Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I do rise in objection to this division of the amendment, besides the fact that, as Ellen points out, we now could have longer terms than exists in the governance task force. We could also have shorter, because some people do not serve the entirety of a term. They don't serve 3 or 4 years. They may only serve 1 year. And so you've now created a variation that really has no policy purpose. What the governance task force has done makes sense. It'll work, and in this transition period, there will be the opportunity to serve 11 years after that. It'll basically be 8 unless someone's doing a special term on the front end. So stick with what we've got. Governance task force spent a lot of time on this stuff. Let's just vote this division down, and then we'll deal with the next division, and we'll get on to an up or down vote on what the governance task force has done, which is really what we should be doing right now.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Ms. DeQuinn, you have the floor. Mr. Reed, you are on deck.
I call the question.
Question has been called. Okay, and we have a couple of people lined up to speak to this. Do we have them recorded properly? The last one, I believe, is Mr. Quercha. Not Mr. Lemowski. We are not lined up to do that right now. So the last person I have, Lewis Reed, Danny Rode, and Dylan Quercha as lined up to speak if the calling the question is not approved. Lowering the hands. Do we have objections to calling the question? We have an objection. All right, that's all we need. We have a poll to call the question. We are calling the question to vote on the first division. "95 have voted, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ending the polling. We have 70 in favor of calling the question, 24 opposed, 1 voted present. That is more than 2/3. The question is called. We are now voting in as to whether to accept amendment number, this amendment to section 2 of the existing proposal. Again, the point of this would be to change item number 6 from 11 years to 3 consecutive terms. We will get that poll up as soon. Just put the poll up as being in favor of the amendment to section 6, please, Carol. She's having to type these on the fly.
Chair, what is the language you would like to have in the poll?
The language just needs to be we're voting on substituting the section 6 from the amendment. I think it's pretty clear. That's section 2. It's substitution of section 2. Thanks, Bob. We ready, Carol? If you're ready, you'd have it up. I'm sorry. Mr. Emmett, question can be called by anyone who is in there.
Mr. Chairman, I am not, the poll has been added, but it is not appearing for me to be able to launch. I don't know if you are able to do so. It's poll number 22. We might need to use the raise hand feature for this.
I am not able to get that up either. I'm sorry. I can't get down to that. All right, I'm going to clear the board. All those who are in favor of closing of calling the question, raise your hand.
No, that's not the right motion.
I'm sorry. I apologize. You're correct. Said it wrong. Lowering your hands. All those who are in favor of this amendment, which will change section 2 of the main motion, raise your hand if you're in favor of the amendment. I'm going to do the count now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, I have 25 votes in favor of the amendment. All those opposed? If you're opposing the amendment, please raise your hand in the participant window. We got a bunch of folks who hadn't done either one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 60 votes in favor.
60 votes opposed.
60 votes in, yeah, who are opposed. So 26 were in favor, 60 votes were opposed. This amendment fails. The second division is, there's a point of order raised. This should be voted on other votes. Some people don't know how to raise hands. We had 86 people who were able to raise hands. If all the rest of them who had not voted had voted in favor, it still would have failed. So that is a moot point. Carol, we can delete some of the prior items. We may have to delete some to be able to get it done. Okay. Now, what we have left then is the second division. The second division basically is to essentially not adopt the main motion. I am ruling that that second part is simply out of order and that we will address the main issue or the next amendment, because that issue would be best addressed in dealing with the main motion. Do we have another amendment, Carol?
We do. Thad Rogers should be recognized to speak. What he sent me was not in a format that I could easily present, so I think he should be recognized to have the floor to offer his amendment.
Except he is not here. Since he is not here, that amendment will not get presented.
That had some difficulty getting in today on his video. I can read what, I will share what he sent to me. And I am going to share my screen. All it says is, I would like to make an amendment to split the question and vote on section 2 first, which I believe is what has already happened.
Well, the sponsor of the amendment must be present, but essentially that's what's happened. I'm ruling this motion is moot anyway, and we will move on. So we are back. We have no more amendments to this. Am I correct?
Correct.
We're back to the main motion. So let's bring up the main motion. So we are back to the main motion. And since those were amendments that were presented, we are now speaking to the main motion again. The first person who was up in line, I believe, is Mr. Richard Williams. Richard, you may unmute and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we all just saw how important it is that we take all of these proposed changes in the context in which they're presented from the GTF. Simply put, without the entire scheme together, right, the whole proposition falls apart, right? This is a complete rewrite of Article 6. Simply taking it piecemeal is inappropriate. And
we have already voted.
Yes, I understand that. I understand. I'm just emphasizing to the point of the motion itself. This streamlines and clarifies the eligibility process by adding Section 2. It treats writing candidates the same as nominated candidates. And I really think that the idea that we expand to 8 members and force a supermajority will guarantee that our organization is making good decisions in its own best interest with respect to the executive board. To call the process that led to this proposed motion anti-democratic is, I think, disingenuous, because that's exactly what we're doing here now. We've already sat through one full day of debating these motions. We're voting on amendments. We are doing democracy now. So I would urge all of you to listen to the debate in this body and heed what the members of the task force, myself included, have said in support of it, and vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We actually have, and I didn't catch it before I'd given the floor to Mr. Williams, we have an appeal of my decision on that second question of the division, that it is a moot to the assembly. That is a valid appeal. Mr. Parliamentarian, is that debatable? I think it is not. Ken, you need to just keep your mic open for me, please.
Mr. President, I believe it is not debatable. The motion would then be, shall the decision of the chair be upheld? A vote of aye agrees with the chair's ruling. A vote of nay overturns the chair's ruling. The motion would require 50% plus 1 voting nay to overturn the chair's decision.
Okay, I need this in a motion, Carol. And I need to have this in the normal polling thing. We can take like that divide the question that's under polling number 17 and replace it, or reuse one of the other ones that's up. But we need to be able to vote on this in the regular way. Please. The ruling that I had made is that the rest of the amendment was moot because it was simply removing, it was essentially voting down the original motion, and that needs to be done on the original motion. So the question is, if you vote A, you're upholding my ruling that it is moot, and we will deal with this in the regular motion. If you are voting nay, then you are wanting us to go back and vote on the second division. '85 have voted, 86. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ending the polling. 61 have supported the chair, 22 did not, and that ends the ruling of the chair is upheld. That is moot. Mr. Reed has raised a point of order that says we need to revote on the first portion we did by using the polling feature. I do not believe, I am not upholding that request because we had a clear vote on it. It was largely overturned, and as I mentioned, even if those who had not voted had voted in favor of it, it would not have changed it with having 60 votes opposed. So I am moving on. The next person who was in line to speak to actually the motion, please raise it up, was Mr. Lemelski. And Mr. Lemelski, you have the floor. The next one up will be Mr. Brock because some of these other folks have already spoken to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually did not have my hand up.
Oh, this was from before. You had your hand up to speak to this motion before. But
I don't recall where we left off, so if you could just.
That was yesterday, actually, but that's okay. All right.
I understand. If you could take me off the queue, I'll raise my hand if I have to.
We shall. No problem at all.
Thank you.
I'll record Mr. Lemelski as having spoken to the motion. Mr. Brock, I believe that you are next. This is from, whoops. Just a second, unmute. Go ahead, Bill, you have the floor.
I call the question.
Question is called on the main motion. I am going to clear this list. Do we have objections to calling this question? We have one. That's all we need. We're good. We are voting to call the question. All right, calling the question.
And this is regarding the main motion.
On the main motion, this is calling the question on the main motion. 85 of 101 logged in have voted. That should be about everybody. 95 of 196. Give 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 68 who voted have voted to call the question. 26 have voted no. The question is called. We are now voting on the main motion. And this is the main motion with no amendments to it because none of the amendments to it have passed. So this is the main motion to amend the bylaws related to the executive board structure and the length of terms as presented. If you are in favor, vote aye. If you are opposed, vote nay. '93 have voted. Some people complained I wasn't holding votes open long enough. 97 out of 101 have voted. The other 4 don't have the ability to vote. The motion, there are 60 votes in favor, 35 opposed, 2 voted present. The chair will be on record as having voted yes as well. The final vote is 61-35 to 2. The motion passes. Moving on in our agenda. The next item hang with me. The next item on the agenda is the volunteer trustee indemnification policy. The person who mainly brought that to us is Chuck Unruh. And I think Chuck has been mainly the person who has spoken to that in our meetings. Is Chuck on the call right now?
Thank you, Mr. President.
There he is.
Yes. The Executive Board, trustees, and investment committees propose the indemnification policy for the volunteers that serve on various U.S. chess investment teams. The U.S. investment portfolio currently includes the Life Member Asset Trust, the reserve funds, and the endowment trust funds. If the indemnification policy is approved by the delegates, U.S. chess volunteers responsible for buy, sell, hold, or other investment decisions or recommendations within the scope of their duties are held harmless from any and all legal actions that originate from service on the various investment teams. What possibly occurs on these investment teams, so we have volunteers that may not be delegates or part of the executive board and not covered by indemnification. So I am definitely for the proposal. I think this strengthens our relationship with our volunteers. Thank you.
One thing to help explain the proposal, this will not cover folks who act in bad faith or engage in self-dealing, anyone who breaches their fiduciary duty, just like if you had a member of the board, of the executive board, or a delegate who breaches their fiduciary duty, they're not entitled to indemnification, or if they break the law. If this is a person where someone has broken the law, they are not covered under the indemnification provision. That is the last of those. Slide for that issue. Speaking to this motion, I believe, is Mr. Brock is up there first. And then Tim, you are on deck. Mr. Brock, you may unmute, you have the floor.
Thank you. I had only one minor misgiving here. A trustee may be acting in good faith. A trustee may be avoiding self-dealing, yet a trustee may be acting profoundly unwisely. For example, March 2000, putting all the chips into NASDAQ, or for our younger trustee, or for our younger delegates, if those folks who might look at cryptocurrency, Chainlink is doing very good, putting all their money in Chainlink. So,
Bill, I'm going to pause. Bill, I'm going to pause your time.
Yeah.
The standard is really the fiduciary standard is for prudent in investing is prudent. So in good faith, if you took all the money and put it in a coffee can in the backyard, that's not prudent. So
point conceded. Point conceded. My point is that in March 2000, the NASDAQ scenario, and there may or may not be some relationship to U.S. chess's history. And I'm not trying to address that, but even as a hypothetical, I think that's, I think the motion is fine as it stands, and I support its passage. But what I'm trying to note here is that we separately need to develop some investment guidelines that can wait.
And Bill, again, I'll pause your time. Each of these investment committees does in fact have investment policies. Those investment policies have for the LMA, for example, have been approved by the LMA Board of Trustees. The investment policy for the endowment fund has been approved by the endowment fund Board of Trustees, and the investment policy for reserve funds and other items has been approved by the executive board, which directly oversees those. So we do in fact have investment policies. Go ahead.
Understood. But what is the interplay between these investment policies as having been developed by the committees? Are these investment policies then formally ratified by the board of directors and therefore bind the trustees in a more formal way?
For the items, and Bill, I think you're out of your time, but I will answer that question. The LMA Trust, which is a separate organization, which is a revocable trust appointed by this body, Board of Trustees, has approved its investment policy. The Endowment Fund, which is a revocable trust, which was created by the executive board, those trustees have approved its investment policy. And the executive board, which is responsible for the rest of the items, has approved those policies as well for those. All right.
Okay. Then that moots my point. Then I'm satisfied.
Hold on, Mr. Manella. Mr. Just, will have the floor in a second, but I have a point of information being raised by Mr. Manella. Jim, you may unmute and you have the floor.
Yeah, just a quick question. When we say we are indemnifying the trustees for expenses arising or resulting from a breach of the fiduciary duty, does that mean that we are covering legal expenses if a, say, a member decides to sue one of these trustees?
Mr. Manella, wait just a second. You misstated that. What we have said is we will accept that U.S. Chess shall not be required to indemnify the trustees for expenses arising or resulting from a breach in fiduciary duty. I think you said it the other way. So if there is an actual breach, I'm going to go back to your question and give you your time. But if there is an actual breach, they're not. But what it is we're providing a defense.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is then that, no, I'm not talking about an actual breach. I'm talking about an alleged breach. Say a member decides to sue one of these trustees because the stock market went down.
Correct. That's exactly correct.
Is that essentially correct? Is that what we're saying?
Exactly.
Well, then
correct.
I would support the amendment. Because
okay, now you're speaking to the amendment.
Yes, I'm going to
information. I've got you in line to speak to the amendment. Okay, so I'm going to keep you there because you just asked him. Leave him up with the hand up thing, and then we'll come back. Mr. Just, you have the floor.
Call the question.
Okay, we have the question being called. Everybody's hands up is in the queue. I'm lowering the hands. Is there any objection to calling the question? Seeing none, the question is called. We are now voting on this motion. All in favor to adopt this policy, please vote aye. All opposed, vote nay. $94 of 100 logged in have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's King versus the Army. The votes are 89 in favor, 4 opposed, 2 voting present, and this motion passes. We're going to go ahead. I've got about a quarter till 2. We're going to go ahead and move into the next item, which I think will take us some time, but we're going to go ahead and get that introduced. So Let me reset a couple of things here. The next item is another proposal coming out of the Governance Task Force. It is the creation of a nominations committee. And I am opening up the floor for Mr. Bauer to present this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Ellen alluded, I think I had earlier, this was the second of the two proposals that came out of the Governance Task Force on a 7-2 vote. A couple of just kind of explanations of what the amendment does. I think, in some ways this is not nearly as complicated as many moving parts as in the last proposal. Essentially, this would create a nominating committee within US Chess. It would provide that nominating committee is 8 members, 4 of whom would be selected by the executive board and 4 of whom would be voted on by the delegates. In fact, if this passes, the delegates will entertain that action and activity to select 4 members for the committee later in the meeting. The purpose of this is, as nominating committees are very common among organizations, nonprofit organizations, for-profit organizations. I was quite frankly surprised when I first joined the US Chess Executive Board and found that there was not a process, a formalized process for finding and vetting and nominating members for the executive board. I think that has been at some points in time a failing for us, that we have not necessarily had enough candidates that could advance our US Chess Executive Board's roles in advancing US Chess's mission. So that's what this is for. This is to seek out talent and skills that are needed within the executive board to nominate them then for election. Now, let's be real clear on what that means. First of all, it would require a majority of these 8 people. So, if somebody thinks that there is some grand design by the executive board to, handpick, select its successors or itself, that can't happen. I mean, it will require at least 5 members of this nominating committee to actually nominate someone. And my belief is that we will have very strong candidates from both the executive board and from the delegates that will understand their role and purpose and won't simply be, rubber stamps for some presumed political activities or roles. And so, that's what it's for. But even those candidates that are nominated have to fulfill all of the requirements of a candidate. They still have to secure the necessary signatures, 50, and all of the requirements of those 50 signatories to be put in front, of the electorate. They have to pay the $150 or the $100 filing fee. They have to meet all the other requirements that exist for a member to be on the executive board. And then on the ballot itself, there will be no mention of any of the candidates any differently than any others. So it's not as if there will be some notation that they were nominated. Now, it will allow them to note that in their materials, in their discussions with people, and certainly their supporters can note that. I mean, that's the way nominating committees work. I know there's at least one motion that would not provide for that. That is not a nominating committee. That's not the way they're organized, and their purpose is to help the electorate be better informed as to candidates. And that is simply information that the electorate can weigh. There are for-profit corporations that elect their boards of directors, and there are candidates that come forward from the nominating committee that are then run against by those that don't get nominated, and sometimes they win. It's simply something that helps get qualified candidates in front of the electorate, and then the electorate can make up their own mind. That whole area was the subject of a lot of discussion and debate amongst the Governance Task Force. This was a compromise. I, for one, felt that if they were nominated by the nominating committee, that should be sufficient. They shouldn't have to go through these other nominating procedures. There were members of the committee, particularly Ken Sloan and Guy Hoffman, who felt strongly the other way. And I was happy, and other members of the committee were happy to compromise with them on that. And that's what we have here is a balanced compromise approach that I think will help US Chess. Would you go to the next slide, please? So there are some other kinds of exceptions as to who can be on the nominating committee. So first of all, no member of the nominating committee can be nominated. Now, our proposal is that the nominating committee work for 4 years together because there's a lot of work to be done, and that continuity we believe is important. That practically means that anybody who's on the executive board that wants to run again can't even serve on this nominating committee if they want to get nominated. I think that's a good thing. I personally think part of the reason for this is to get the informal process of the executive board helping to find people to run because nobody else is doing it, get them out of that process and let them focus on the things that are more important for their role and responsibilities within US Chess. Now, the election committee, I am very pleased with the work that our election committee does. They are incredibly nonpartisan and not involved in elections. And they make that point known to the rest of us, and I think they do a good job. So they cannot serve on the committee either. So as I mentioned, you would need 5 votes, at least 5 votes from the committee, and they would nominate the same number of candidates as there are seats to be filled in the election. And, you know, there have been some who said, well, why don't they nominate more people? Well, practically, you're still trying to get people to run in many instances. And if you tell them, we'd like you to run, and we're going to nominate you, but, oh, we're probably going to nominate other people that are going to run against you, that makes it more difficult to find candidates to run for the executive board. And sometimes we have a hard time with that. You know, the other practical reason is it's going to be hard enough finding 4 candidates for each election, in my opinion, from someone who's asked many of you that are on this call to run for the executive board and not been successful at it. So let's give them a task that's, you know, that's attainable and not ask them to do more than that. They are a bunch of volunteers already. Now, we have accepted 2 amendments already that have been offered by delegates that we think are fine. And one of them is this, that the list is to be completed and announced by December 1st, and that's a change. The governance task force had December 15th within its original amendment. It was Bob Messenger who said, why don't we move that up a little bit? Good idea, Bob. I think you're right. I think giving a little bit more time for them, those nominees, who I think are going to know that they're engaged in this process and will be collecting signatures anyway, but at least that will give everybody a little more time. If, for example, someone decides, I don't like the nominees that are being put forward, I want to run, they've got a month to secure signatures and get support. So that was a change that was accepted. The other change that was accepted was a question by Guy Hoffman, and that is just to clarify that the 8 members of the committee will select their own chair. And that's also perfectly fine. Guy was a member of the governance task force anyway, so that has also been done. Then move on to the next slide, please. Let's just talk a little bit about what goes on right now. You know, we have an informal kind of what I would say is haphazard process for finding people to run for the executive board. Many of us who are on the executive board understand that we would have real problems if we don't have enough candidates for an election, or if we have candidates who simply are really not fit for service. And, you know, I think there are some examples where that has been the case. This will provide a more formalized process. It'll allow people to go to a body that they know about and suggest that they are interested in running for the executive board. And if they don't feel that there are enough candidates that kind of meet the requirements, and, you know, really, we need to kind of start looking around, maybe some younger people or, you know, more diverse representation of perspectives as it relates to US Chess. We don't have as much of that now, and the committee can take that into consideration. And, you know, those of us who have been doing it, I don't know everybody who's qualified to be on the executive board, and I certainly am not putting out a request for people to come forward. So it is very much right now a haphazard process. And those of us that are doing this don't necessarily want to do it. We think it's better to have a formalized process, and it's better for the organization because it does open up opportunities rather than foreclose them. There is no vetting mechanism in the current process, and this will provide another way for a group of individuals who are knowledgeable and will have access to information, can ask questions of the candidates, to do some of that vetting process to ensure that we're getting qualified candidates. And, you know, really, this is best practices. If you go to the Slack channel, or if you go to the US Chess Issues Forum that has a question about should US Chess have a nominating committee, I have posted a list of best practices resources related to governance. And nominating committees, in many instances, you read these things and it's just like a given that a nominating committee is a best practice. They don't really spell it out because pretty much everybody understands it. But I'll give one example that is on the Slack. If you want to go, the links are there. This is from Board Effect, which is focused on best practices of boards for nonprofit organizations. Quote, nonprofit organizations rely heavily on their board of directors. The quality of the board of directors is a reflection of whether a nonprofit moves forward, backward, or makes no movement at all. The two biggest assets to a board of directors are the board chair and the nominating committee. Nonprofit boards would be remiss not to consider the value in their nominating committee, which is just as important as the finance committee, the fundraising committee, and the executive committee. We have been dealing as an organization with issues of who's going to be that most important role as a board of directors in a haphazard fashion, and it's time we move into best practices. Now, this is also not incompatible with electing directors. A lot of organizations use nominating committees prior to elections. I have experience with one that I'll mention, and then I'll wrap up my little discussion of this. I am a life member. I was voted life member status in the National Association of State Budget Officers, which is an organization of all of the state budget directors and the budget office staff in all 50 states and the U.S. territories. They have a 13-member board of directors. They have a nominating committee that is appointed by their president each year that is to entertain nominations, seek diversity and representation of the members of the National Association of State Budget Officers, make recommendations by a specific date so that the electorate can then vote on it at their annual meeting. Members of the electorate can still self-nominate or be nominated to run in those elections also. In practice, that rarely happens. The nominating committee does a really good job finding suitable candidates that are acceptable. They then vote, and the organization, moves forward. And that's basically the same kind of an electoral process that we have. This is not unusual, and really, it's just us working again to conform US Chess to nonprofit 501c3 governance best practices. Next slide, please.
That's it, Randy.
Okay, good. I'm glad that's it. So with that, I know there are amendments. I will say again, this was a compromise. I think it strikes a balance. One of the advantages of the executive board appointing for and the delegates appointing for is the delegates are going to have to do that now, and they aren't going to be able to construct a group that's necessarily representative of the regions of US Chess or diverse. And the board having 4 selections that we'll make after that can in some ways ensure that there is some diversity in who serves on our nominating committee. So I'm certainly hopeful that that will be maintained. The bottom line is, I don't think any of the members of the executive board want to or would feel it in their best interest to serve on this committee. It's not about the executive board selecting successors. In some respect, a lot of us are already doing that, and we want to share that responsibility more broadly within the organization. And with that, I'll either open to questions or the amendments. I know there are several.
The first person who had his hand up and has lowered it and I think I know the reason, but I want to go address it. Mr. Messenger, you had your hand up. I think it may have had to do with your amendment, and we have incorporated that into the motion. Am I correct?
That's correct. I could speak to the motion, or I could wait for others to do that. But I want to make sure that the December 1st being cut in there.
Okay. I'm going to hold you. I'm going to keep you at the top of the queue, but hold on a minute. I've got a couple of things I got to do before I come back to that. Mr. Ballou, I think you have a substantive point here to address from the perspective of a committee. Am I correct?
No, Mr. President, I was in line to speak to the motion. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
hold off then for a minute. There is a point of information that has been raised that I want to get to first. Mr. Bowman, would you please ask your question? Remember what a point of information is, because you raised that in your thing. A point of information is not where you're presenting information. That's speaking to the motion. It is where you're asking a question for clarification.
Right. My question is, can current executive board members serve on this nominations committee?
I can answer that. As the amendment, as the motion is drafted today, the answer is yes. However, anyone who is serving on the nominations committee is ineligible to be nominated by it. So, and with the term being 4 years, it will encompass the end of the term of anyone who is serving on the committee if they were actually serving on the EP.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that answers that question. And now, Mr. Messenger, you said you did wish to speak to the proposal. You had your hand up in the queue first. So I'm going to allow you to do that. I do know we have a couple of other
amendments.
We have a couple of other amendments, but Bob, I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor. I'm going to give Ken the floor, and then we're going to, well, I'll let a couple of people hit it because I know a person with an amendment is fourth in line. So let's just keep going. Bob, go ahead.
All right. This is a very big change, I think, for US Chess. As I see it, and it's really a continuation of becoming a 501c3, that it's moving in a way from being a political organization to being a service organization. So instead, I mean, ideally, assuming that good people, impartial people more or less, are chosen for this nominating committee, then we'd be looking at, the committee would be looking at people who would best serve US Chess rather than people who are part of some political faction. So I do support this change, and it's hard to say just how influential. Well, it turns out that the nominated candidates always win, then this committee would be very powerful. If it's not the case, then maybe not, but we'll see how it goes. So I do favor the motion.
Mr. Blue, you have the floor.
Mr. President, we've heard from a particularly vocal group of opponents of the governance task force that the results of the task force being voted on here will remove democratic principles from our elections. To this I say, balderdash, bat squeeze, and rot. Will we continue to have elections? Yes. Will members be able to continue to submit nominating petitions, pay the filing fee, and appear on the ballot if they meet the requirements of the bylaws? The answer is yes. Will the members still vote by majority vote their members on the executive board? Yes. To the motion at hand, you will hear arguments that a nominating committee would confer a great advantage to its nominees, an advantage carrying such weight that it would serve almost as a coronation committee, anointing individuals to the executive board. These arguments are illogical and fall apart when viewed in the light of the applicable facts. 1, the majority of the executive board elections over the past decade have been uncontested. 2, anyone may collect signatures, submit nomination petitions, and pay the filing fee to be a candidate in the election, subject only to the requirements in the bylaws. This changes not one whit by formation of a nominating committee. 3, there is already an informal recruitment effort for candidates done by some executive board members. This I know from direct experience on several occasions. 4, the ballot will contain no indication whether candidates were selected by the nominating committee. This motion, you will also hear arguments that a nominating committee would result in an unfair election. As chair of the election committee, I find these arguments singularly risible and, in fact, somewhat offensive. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, you are at time. We have a number of amendments to this, but the speaker who is lined up First, I'm going to give the floor. I know Mr. Prosser has some amendments. I know Mr. Winston also has some amendments to propose. I'd like to get into those amendments fairly quickly so we can deal with them, but I think those guys are queued up early, so we'll go ahead with it. Mr. Manross, you have the floor. Mr. Prosser, you will be on deck, and we will move. I know you have an amendment proposed. We'll move into that. So Carol, be prepared to move to that amendment. You have the floor, Mr. Manross. Mr. Prosser, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, actually, I will not be calling the question. I was going to right off the bat because I felt we could, but in view of who's lined up behind me in those amendments, it's not the right thing to do. However,
you certainly do have the ability to call the question if you wish.
I'm not choosing to. A great deal of respect for the delegates behind me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do something quite unexpected. The parliamentarian has given what I might call an extraordinarily eloquent explanation of the classical reasonings why this is not exactly what I believe and what Southern California believes it is, an attack on democracy. We believe this is, if you allow the analogy of domino theory, it will lead from one thing to the next thing. Pretty soon we'll have 4 self-appointed seats is what we've been calling them. But what it really means is that the nomination committee will be stacked. And yet, I recommend that we actually approve this. Why do I recommend we approve the nomination committee? I'm specifically speaking to the minority who is here that the parliamentarian also spoke about, those 30 or some odd who are clearly for democracy in chess and against the governance task force motion. If we were to get in the way of this, we would be delegates using the legislative apparatus, of which we are the ultimate legislative authority of US chess, to effectively cripple what I view in my opinion, not a fact, but what I view in my opinion, as an absolute authoritarian streak of corruption, as an opinion. However, we'll see that within the next couple of years, and I would point this out. They won the battle for Article 6. Anything that's been done can be undone. We'll visit this again in a couple of years. In the meantime, it's best not to get in the way. We do have good leaders. The president is clearly an extraordinary accountant. We do have a slate of strong professionals, people who really know what they're doing, like our vice president of finance. It's not like we're in danger. It's not a good idea to get in the way of the workings of the machine. We need to come back, win the war for democracy in chess, keep the message out there. But in the meantime, we have to support this darn nomination committee. It's the best thing for US chess. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Prosser, I believe you have an amendment.
I do, and I would ask for just a little bit of leeway on the 2 minutes if that's possible because of the importance
Absolutely.
of this
No,
amendment.
you're presenting your amendment. You need the time that's required to present your amendment. I'm good.
My amendment makes basically 2 changes.
Hold on, Chris, wait a minute. Can we move to that amendment, please? Let's get it up on the screen before you start addressing it. It'll make it a lot easier for people.
Well, it's actually an easy change.
Yeah, well, but we need it in front of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is almost the exact wording as the last one. There are 2 changes that I am proposing, and I can tell you why. The first change is that instead of 4 and 4, we move to 6 delegates appointed by or 6 members of the committee appointed by the delegates and 2 appointed by the board, and I will get to that. The other change is that we move this committee from a 4-year term to a 2-year term, and I have a logical reason for that also. First off, with regards to other opinions, I can disagree about the importance of this committee. We, as delegates, we are forming a committee that is going to basically choose our leaders. We are tasking them to pick the best people for these positions. We would be foolish not to look at and take into consideration their recommendations. As a matter of fact, we'd be foolish almost to choose anyone other than their recommendations because they are appointed with the task of finding the best people. This will be, could be, I will say could, the most powerful committee that we have because they will be finding our leaders. So I don't want to downplay that. It's a very important committee. Now, because it's such an important committee, there is the possibility, not accusing anyone, but of a future board, either stacking the committee for 2 reasons. 1, to bring up people they want on the board, or 2, to block people they don't want on the board. I know none of our board members will do that. We have a wonderful board. I agree with that. But the possibility is there. My goal with the 6-2 is to alleviate the appearance of that conflict of interest. It is a huge ability there for a board, not this one, to abuse this committee. And the first time this committee is abused, it will lose all credibility and it will be useless. It will never be able to outrun the shill label that will be put on its head. So I agree with the committee idea, but I think it needs to be 2 members of the board to help advise, to be on that committee to give the board perspective. And I think that's wonderful. But it needs to be a delegate committee to help choose the candidates. We represent our members to the board. I think it should be more of a delegate committee to pick who we think should be running for the board also. So 6-2 to me makes more sense.
All right, let's stop there because you have actually presented 2 different amendments and
I've only presented one.
Excuse me. You have listed 2 separate amendments. We need to decide those separately, okay? These are really 2, and they're unrelated to one another. So the first amendment that you presented, we're going to deal with the first. You just put them into one document. The first amendment is 6 shall be appointed by the Board of Delegates, 2 appointed by the Executive Board. We're going to deal with that amendment first, okay? Then we'll come back and we'll deal. You have a second amendment to change the term to 2 years. That is a whole separate point. So
were those not both in the original amendment under the same heading?
There you submitted it as one item. They are 2. What I'm ruling, they are actually 2 separate amendments that the body needs to address separately because they are unrelated to one another. So let's deal with I'm
going to deal with them separately. I disagree that they're unrelated because all I did was change wording that was in the original item. I didn't take something from another section and put it in this section that I know of. The original item said members will serve for 4 years. I just changed it to 2, but that's okay. We can deal with it separately. I have a good reason for dealing with it separately. We're good. Okay, so then what you're telling me is I must speak just on the 6-2.
What I'm saying is let's go to and just deal with the first one as a separate motion, and then we'll deal with the other one as a separate motion.
Okay, we can do that.
Stand separate.
All right, so I do come back to my first off, my assertion that this will be one of the most important committees that we ever appoint, because their idea is to pick our candidates. Now, yes, other people can run against them, but why would you? The delegates have appointed this committee to pick our best candidates. If they don't pick our best candidates, we don't need this committee, which, that goes to the other amendment, but we'll speak to that when we get to that. It does need board involvement. That's the reason for the 2 from the board. I'm not accusing anyone. I just want to relieve the conflict of interest so that this committee can work without a shadow over its head of a particular board loading the committee for either getting candidates on the board or keeping candidates off the board. And I know you can run against it, but it would be silly to run against anybody in this committee if we pick the committee carefully.
All right, I think you've presented the point fairly clearly. I am going to clear the hand-raising board because those were folks who were up for the main motion. I'm going to clear it so we can get hands raised for this amendment to change the 8 members that are appointed, 4 from the executive board and 4 from the board of delegates, to be 6 appointed by the delegates and 2 appointed by the executive board. So I'm lowering all the hands. You may raise your hand to ask a question about that. And the first question that I will deal with is there's a point of information out there from Mr. Hassler that says, what would the procedure be for USChess to disband nominations committee or any committee at some point in the future? It depends is the answer to that. There are committees who are contained in the bylaws. The procedure to disband those committees, for example, if we chose to disband the bylaws committee, or audit committee or elections committee, that require change of the bylaws. If it were a executive board appointed committee, established committee, like let's say the program committee or the scholastic council, that would be done by action of the executive board. All of those are committees of the executive board. Finance, another example. This one is one that would be done with a motion of the delegates. It's not in the bylaws, so a motion of the delegates in the future could remove it. I trust that that answers the question. Point of order has been raised that the chair is dividing the question by Mr. Kepke. Mr. Bauer has raised a point of order that he will divide the question. So since there seems to be an issue there, we will first vote on dividing the question. In other words, I've made a ruling. I'll back from that. We have an item about dividing the question, so we will vote on dividing the question. Can we get a, and that's not debatable, so let's get that up as a polling question, please, Carol. Actually, I think I can do it, don't we? We have the divide the question from before. So we have a motion to divide the question. This would be made into two. The two highlighted items would be considered separately. All in favor of dividing the question, vote yes. All opposed, vote no. We still have 99 people on the call. 86 have voted. 88. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 91 ended up voting. And the vote on dividing the question was 59 in favor, 27 opposed, 5 voted present, so the motion is divided. So now we are discussing the 6 appointed by the Board of Delegates, 2 appointed by the Executive Board portion only. The first person that I see in line for that is Mr. Barber, followed by Ms. Marinello. Mr. Barber, you can unmute and have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Couple of items. I support that we should consider 6 appointed by the Board of Delegates and that only 2 will be appointed by the Executive Board. The delegates have been part of this organization for many, many years. I think we trust them that they would also find that putting them in the place of opportunity to work on this suggested nominations committee would be important. I have always feared the issue of a slate of candidates, which might come forward based on some executive board actions. I know I'm going to be opposed by that statement, but I will tell you that I'm concerned about that. And I think opening it up more to the executive, or opening it up more to the Board of Delegates would be very, very important. My final comment is, I had a gentleman approach me and ask me if I would vote for him. And I said, first of all, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, and my apologies for that. But then he said something else. He said, well, I think I would make a pretty good candidate. And then I asked him my traditional questions. Question number 1, have you ever been to a national scholastic event? He said, no. Question number 2, have you ever sponsored any type of scholastic activity? He said, no. Have you ever taught a child how to play chess? He said, no. And then I replied, no, I will not be voting for you. And he said, what do I have to do? And I said, go to Columbus, Ohio. I will meet you there. We will walk through the National Junior High Championship and look at what they're doing. And then at that point, we'll sit down and we'll talk. We did sit down and talk. And the first thing out of his mouth was, I didn't really know.
Your time is up, Mr. Barber.
Thank you.
This is to inform the body that I'm planning to take a half-hour break at 2:30. Ms. Marinello, you have the floor. Mr. Velez, you are on deck.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support the appointment of 6 people from the delegates body and 2 people from the board. I would like to make a few points. Number 1, most board members are not members of committees, they are liaisons. And I think that makes sense to continue with that practice. I'm not opposing the nominating committee. I think the structure of the committee has to be done well. The second thing is,
Ms. Marinello,
yes.
hold on just a minute. I don't understand your comment. You said,
oh, okay, I will, okay, I will delete it.
No, just a moment. I'm not asking you to do that. You made the comment that executive board members are liaisons and not on committees. This doesn't have anything to do with whether executive board members would be.
Yeah, well,
on
I'm not
the committee.
debating that. I made that
Can I-
comment. This.
Can I finish, please? This motion has nothing to do with that. The motion deals with who will actually make appointments, and there's nothing that this would, executive board is not required nor prohibited from appointing members of its board to this committee.
My point, Mr. Chairman, this is a committee.
Let me finish. And executive board members serve on other committees as well, but go ahead. I'm going to give you that.
Well, in the trust, but it's a
Time
different
is
thing.
going from now.
But the committees, they're liaisons. That's number one. The second thing, I support Mr. Barber comments. I trust the delegates. We have been around for a long time. I think our voice is important. Another point that is very important that I think we have been neglecting, which is the inclusion of women and minorities, such as myself. Most sports organizations that require the 20% of women in the government bodies, and same thing with minorities nowadays. And this organization is not diverse, doesn't include people of color, and it doesn't include enough women. I think that has to be represented in this nominating committee. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a misstatement there. Certainly, executive board members are on certain committees. Executive board members have been appointed to the LMA, for example, executive board members serving on the trust fund, board of trustees. Mr. Velez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am against this motion, or this part of the motion, the 6-2 motion here. Although I will admit that Mr. Prosser has done a fantastic job discussing this with everyone in advance and everything. But the reason I'm against it is because this process currently goes on right now, and it's pretty much board members. We are trying to bring this into the light, i.e. transparency, as some people are saying. And I think that it makes complete sense to have balance in any governance area, especially when it comes to picking, who's working for US Chess, volunteering even, I should say. So I am against this because I really think that there needs to be a balance, and that's why I support the 4-4 version of this, not the 6-2. I'll yield back my time.
Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also oppose the amendment. One of the points that I made was by striking this balance between the delegates and the executive board will have an opportunity, which is 7 people, to figure out where those needs are for diversity and diversity of thought and deed and color and everything else. The delegates, and I'm a delegate, we meet together once and we vote all together. We don't have that opportunity to do any kind of what you might call social engineering to make sure that we have diversity of opinion. And with 6 picked by the delegates, I'm fearful that you'll end up with kind of more of the same. The same as this was a balance that was struck. There were only 2 members of the executive board on this committee, and this balance was struck as a reasonable way of involving executive board in selecting members that will be on the committee that will at least understand where their perspective is. And I think we should maintain that balance.
All right. Are you completed, Mr. Manella? You have the floor.
All right. I will support this amendment as a great improvement over the proposal as it's originally written. I never opposed the idea of a nominations committee. What I opposed and still oppose
I'm muted at the moment.
is the gigantic conflict of interest that allows the executive board to appoint half of this committee. I mean, how nice for them that sitting executive board, incumbent executive board members can serve on this committee and pick their successors. Very nice for them, not so nice for US Chess. So this is definitely improvement. It reduces the conflict of interest by 50%. I would prefer it to be 8-0. a total delegates committee. And I have told Mr. Priest and Mr. Bauer that I would support it if it was 8-0.
That's
if it was
not the
8-0
motion.
delegate appointed.
That's
and
not the
that
motion. The
and
motion
if
is
current
6.
members.
Please address the motion as it stands. The motion is 6.
All right, so I support this as an improvement over the current proposal. It eliminates 50% of the conflict of interest, which is a major problem. And there is no matter how much it's denied, it is a conflict of interest and a major problem, because anybody selected by this committee is going to have a huge advantage in an election, and there is no denying that. It simply gives them too much of a boost. So therefore, we need to make sure that it is not an unfair boost.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Winston, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in favor of the amendment. I think it's a very reasonable compromise. I have my own amendments submitted. One was to say no executive board appointees. However, I mean, I think this is fair. The problem with the proposed structure is simply that if the executive board needs 4 people, they could just name themselves, and then when they're ready to run, they could just resign before they run. And those 4 have veto rights. If you read it, it says you need 5 votes to advance. I would also point out that when this came to the bylaws committee, the original proposal with the 4 and 4 only got 6 votes in favor, 7 against, 5 needs more thought. I think this would be a step forward, is a reasonable and a fair compromise. And if it passes, I would withdraw my amendment proposed that there would be no executive board members on the committee.
That's a different amendment. All right. So you're done. We'll move to Mr. Manross. Mr. Just, you have the floor after Mr. Manross.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have heard the wisdom of Mr. Minella and Mr. Winston, our former president, who's also told us what the committees have to say. Therefore, I call the question.
You cannot speak to the motion and then call the question, according to our rules.
Therefore, I'll reclaim my minute and 42 seconds. The 6 appointed board members concept is obviously better when it's appointed by delegates. We have a long history of delegate appointed committees. I think for the reasons that have been stated, it's very clear that 4 members of the executive board appointing 4 members of the nominations committee, and we've heard that, for example, just to use the chairman of our meeting as the example, President Priest could, for example, be put on that nominations committee. Currently, there's not necessarily a problem with that. That being said, we just want to limit how many can be. I think the idea of 4 and 4 is not balanced, actually. I believe the idea of 6 being appointed by the delegates and 2 being appointed by the executive board is certainly more balanced, although I do agree with former President Winston's point that, of course, it would be better of all 8. However, it's clear that there's a significant majority that disagrees with that stance, that puts an extraordinary amount of trust in the currently seated members of the board, who would probably, in our opinion, turn this into a stacked committee. Well, if you believe that they wouldn't, Southern California is open to that. We aren't necessarily convinced, but this idea of 6 versus 2, it appears to be a fair and level-headed compromise. I would simply say this to the delegates in closing. Please don't be the delegate who takes power away from future delegates. That's not why you were appointed by your people to serve. We are, in fact, a democracy in which we have delegates for a reason. We always have, and look at how many changes are being made in a special meeting in which you can't make motions. You're not allowed to change it, but oh, it's same as normal. Let's stick with balance. 6 is good. Thank you, Mr. President.
I would make a correction to the statement. You are certainly allowed to make motions. We have all these motions that we're dealing with. In fact, this is a motion. The difference is in a special delegates meeting that is called, the agenda is limited to the items that were presented. However, motions that are germane to those agenda items are certainly allowed and have been. Before we give the floor to Mr. Just, there has been a point of information raised, and I will open up the floor for the point of information question to be from Leela. Leela, you have the floor to ask your question, please.
Yes, and there seems to be, I asked this point of information because there seems to be confusion in the discussion and assumption that under the main motion, the EB appointees would be members of the EB. So my question goes to the presenter of the motion. Will any or all of the EB appointees be members of the executive board?
I'll take the first part of that, Leela. The motion as the main motion question, certainly, and because this is what we're proposing to change, does not restrict whom the delegates may appoint, nor whom the executive board may appoint. The delegates could appoint a member of the executive board as a delegate appointed candidate for the delegate appointed member of the nominations committee. I don't think they will, but they certainly can. There's no limitation and there's no restrictions. I don't think that anyone here right now could address exactly who the executive board may appoint that, because there are 3 new members who will be taking seats on the executive board as soon as this meeting is over. And it's that board that, if they have nominations to make to this committee, that new board, which will take seats here shortly, will be the ones who will make that. So I don't think that we have the ability to do that, right? I mean, I don't think anyone can answer that question. I don't know what the new executive board is going to do, and I don't think they can do that. They haven't had that discussion, I believe.
And then I had a proposed friendly amendment to Mr. Prosser's amendment.
Go ahead.
And my proposal, Mr. Prosser, would be that rather than changing the balance from 6 to 2, to restrict the EB's 4 appointees to the nominating committee to include no more than 2 members of the EB.
Mr. Prosser? Oh, well, it would help if I opened your mic, wouldn't it? Sorry. Chris,
am I good?
Open.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me answer the first part of that first. It is perfectly fine with me if a couple of members from the executive board are on this committee. I think that would be helpful to the committee. The purpose of the amendment was so a future board couldn't load it up with 4 executive board members and thus control our elections for the next 4 years. So for that, no, I would not accept that as a friendly amendment, because the whole idea is executive board members are okay. I just don't want it loaded up with executive board members.
All right. The floor then goes to Mr. Just.
Call the question.
Question has been called. I'm going to vote on the amendment. I think we have, do we have everybody listed? I don't know that we do we? Day, Unruh, Emmett. I think in your list, you still got Hassler, Brock, and Spreckman. Hassler, Brock, and Spreckman. I'm going to clear that board. Do we have objections to calling the question? We have 1 objection to calling the question. That's all we need. Now we will have a vote on calling the question. As soon as I can find. Those who are in favor of calling the question to go ahead and vote on this amendment, please vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. "93 have voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 83 are in favor of calling the question. 12 opposed. We are now voting on this particular amendment. This is available to be voted on. Those in favor of the
Alan, this is not the right poll because it had his original amendment, so we need to remove.
No, it doesn't. If you look at it,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, all good.
we're good. Give another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That amendment passes. There are 61 in favor, 31 opposed. There was not an opportunity in that because we threw it up without to abstain, but that doesn't matter. We've got plenty, certainly have a quorum for that. All right. So at this point, we have a second item, this 2-year service. That motion has been resolved. It is now, according to my clock, 2:36. I'm going to put us in recess up to 3 o'clock. So we will go into recess up until 3 o'clock. We will come right back here and we will pick up on this second part of this divided amendment.
Ooh, you're baking something, cookies? Okay. Okay. Flour, sugar.
Those were people who were speaking to the 6 and 2. So that whole list is not necessary. We have people who are raising their hands now to speak to the second half of this. I will make the comment as we go in, one of the reasons for the 4-year term, as stated before, is it takes us through 2-year election cycles. It also deals with, and because this process is a multi-year process, this committee is not going to be able to start its work in August or in October for something at the end. This committee is going to be something that's going to have to work pretty much year round because that's how it's done today. All right, we have some hands that are up to speak. The motion that is on the floor is to amend the motion which calls for 4-year terms for members of this committee and replace it with 2-year terms. The first person whose hand is raised to speak to that amendment is Mr. Bowen. The second one, Bowman, rather, I'm sorry. And the second one is Mr. Just. Mr. Bowman, you are up. Mr. Just, you are on deck.
Sorry, I had my hand raised for the previous division.
All right, we are done with that. Mr. Just, you have the floor.
I call the question.
The question has been called. Let's get the list of people whose hands are up so we can deal with it.
I think the hand raises needed to be cleared because they were from the previous.
I had already cleared them. There are only a few that were there. Let's get these lists.
Mine wasn't cleared is what I'm saying, so that's why I was up.
I understand that. Please don't anyone else add yourself to this list at this point. We have on the list Just, Losoff, Morford. Losoff is ahead of Morford. People who are recording the raising of the hands, please get this right. Below Just is Losoff, then Morford, Manella, Hoffman, Winston, Bauer. I think this is the order they're coming into this, how we're going to get them recorded. Or do we have some people who jumped the queue? Get Williams and Quinn listed there. Williams and Quinn. Okay.
I am now dealing with the list of names, and I do not see most of those names with their hands raised. So you're going to have to read that list of names again, because I'm sure I'm not.
Just, Losoff, Morford, Manella, Hoffman, Winston, Bauer, Manross.
All right, I can't go that fast.
Morford, Manella, Hoffman, Winston, Bauer, Manross, they're all there. Richard Williams, Leila DeQuinn. All right. We have on the floor right now a motion to call the question, but I understand, Mr. Prosser, did you need the floor for a moment before we deal with it?
I did not get to say about my motion, and it is important. Short term, we're going to be in a rush to name people today. So we don't want a rush decision today to go for.
Mr. Prosser, wait just a minute, please. Just hold on just a minute. Mr. Just, I think that right now calling the question was probably out of, hold on a minute. Mr. Ballou, Mr. Ballou, my parliamentarian says the question has been called. Mr. Bowman, point of order. He did get, just a minute, Mr. Prosser. He did get to speak to the motion before it was divided. That is a true statement. I think we have a valid division. You have already spoken to this.
I didn't get to speak to the second part of it at all. You divided it and wouldn't let me speak about the second part of it. I questioned the call of the chair.
Mr. Parliamentarian, help me sort this out, please.
Mr. President, in my opinion, there is no automatic assignment to the floor to the maker of the motion after it was divided to speak to the second part. Mr. Just was in line and called the question appropriately. However, Mr. Prosser has appealed the ruling of the chair, which would need a second and then a vote.
Let me speed things along. I'll just withdraw my motion and call for the question.
Okay, so we do not have a motion to call the question that's on the floor. The next person who is up is Mr. Losoff, but I am going to go back and give Mr. Prosser the floor.
I appreciate it. It's just that the reasons that I have are very important. The short-term reason for going to 2 years is we're in a rush today. So we don't want to have to wait 4 years to correct it if we do something in a rush we don't like. That's the short term. Medium term, these are good people. Hopefully we're going to name to this committee. Some of those people may want to wait for the board. If we nominate to this committee, it'll be 6 years before they can run. That's a long time out. If it's a 2-year committee, someone can get off the board, wait 2 years, and then run. Third reason, if we don't like what this committee is doing, we're going to have to wait 4 years to correct it. That's an awful long time. If we correct it in 2 years, we can correct it. If we like what the committee's doing, we just re-up their assignment and they go again like we do every other committee in the USCF. And finally, and this is the most important to me, a 4-year committee would then be able to name candidates for 2 election cycles and replace the entire board. And that's way, way too much power that I'd like to have in one committee. So in 2 years, if we like the candidates they're sending, we like what they do, then we can re-up that board and we're good. If they're not doing a good job, we can replace them in 2 years and not affect our entire 4-year board cycle. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, you're done speaking to the motion. Mr. Just, you were still in line. You had withdrawn that earlier motion. Do you want the floor at this point? I've attempted to unmute Mr. Just. I guess not. We will then.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just put me at the bottom of the list.
All right. Mr. Just will fall in under, Mr. Bowman will be after Leela DeQuinn, and then Mr. Just. Mr. Losoff, you may unmute and you have the floor. Mr. Losoff, you need to unmute.
All right.
There you go.
Okay, I unmuted too quick. I'm in favor for all the reasons that Chris mentioned, except the last one. I don't have those fears. However, another reason is that we're electing the board members every other year, 4 and 4. This means that essentially the term of the nominating committee would follow half of the board, and making it a 2-year cycle would eliminate that. And as Chris points out, most likely we would just simply renominate the same people every year, providing they're willing to continue serving. So I think a 2-year term just makes more sense and allows for more flexibility, and I don't see a downside.
I'm not sure the practice of always reappointing the same people to some of these committees for life is the best one, but be that as it may. The next person on the floor is Mr. Morford.
Steve Morford, Southern California. I rise to speak in favor of the proposed amendment. As just was pointed out, there's nothing in this amendment that would prohibit us from reappointing someone at the end of their 2-year term. Obviously, though, we don't have to. So, as was just pointed out, I mean, there's no downside for the delegates. If we're happy with what they're doing, they can be reappointed, and you'll have continuity. If there's a problem, someone else can be replaced after their 2-year term. I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm in support.
Thank you. Mr. Manella. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Manella, you may unmute.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, I too support this amendment. As Mr. Morford said, the arguments that we need continuity are kind of unconvincing. There's nothing that prevents us from appointing people back if they wish to serve. One problem with doing it for 4 years is that is quite a long time, and somebody may decide that they don't wish to serve for 4 years, and resign, which could cause problems depending on who it is that's resigning and how they're replaced. And it would probably be at least 6 or 7 months before they could be replaced, depending on what time of the year they decide to pack it in. So for all those reasons, I support 2-year terms. I yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Hoffman, you have the floor, and Mr. Winston, you will be on deck.
Okay, I actually had a motion that would do the same thing, make the terms 2 years. My rationale is that if somebody can find their candidate and that candidate gets on in the ballot, that member still has 2 years left. He may be, he or she may be done. Won't want to run again. 2 years is fine.
Mr. Winston.
Yes, I also support the amendment for 2 years. I had submitted amendments, one for a 1-year term, if the fallback was a 2-year term, but I think 2 years is a reasonable compromise. And I'm very pleased that the amendment was submitted. I yield back the balance of my time.
Oops. Mr. Man Ross.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe what we're seeing, not just in this amendment, but what the one has recently passed, is something of a coalition building for protecting democracy and chess. Changes are happening, and that's fine, but they have to happen in measured doses, always under the consideration of the delegates, and the more power that the delegates have to do that, the better. Just like it was a good, healthy decision to make sure that 6 of the nomination committee members were appointed by the Board of Delegates, it's an important decision to make sure that once appointed, those members serve for 2 years, not 4. 4 is too much. The changes we've already made will have to be revisited. We have to protect the democracy of chess. In the meantime, the nominations committee is acting as something of a Band-Aid. We need to make sure it doesn't become a tourniquet. The whole point is that US chess will continue to function. That's why Southern California took the surprising position of supporting this nominations committee. Everything with Article 6 is going to have to be revisited. We're speaking specifically to the minority when we say this. So that's why it's important that the members serve for 2 years. We're speaking to the minority here who are against the governance task force motions. The governance task force believes that this cements authoritarian rule. In fact, it protects democracy. It's odd that on this one we become on the same side. But in my opinion, it's very important that we all support the concept that members serve for 2 years. And we've heard some extraordinary leaders tell us why. That includes men like Al Losoff, Mr. Morford, Mr. Minella, Guy Hoffman, Mr. Winston, and myself. That's a very large coalition starting to build for democracy in chess, I think, because these people all understand that 2 years, as they've said, going to be good for making sure that the people on this nominations committee are doing a good job, want to be there, can bring more people, and that above all, the delegates stay in control. I yield the rest of my time, and thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Quinn, you're up. Mr. Bowman, you are on deck.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose the amendment because the work of a nominating committee is long-term work. It's not short-term work. We're talking about examining what the upcoming needs are of the composition of the executive board so that it may serve US chess well. And that means considering the diversity of skills, talents, connections, backgrounds, chess knowledge, other kinds of knowledge, all of those things in shaping a board for the future, looking at what the upcoming positions are. Usually the way that board nominating committees or board development committees work is over time, they are developing a stable of potential future candidates.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I was not speaking to that. Go ahead.
Okay. You might find 2 people who both of whom would be excellent candidates, but who have very similar skill sets. And a nominating committee wouldn't choose to ask both of them to run at the same time. But if it nominated one year and that person weren't elected, in the next election cycle, it might want to nominate the other one. Maintaining and building those relationships and having that long-range view are important. And that's why I think that a 4-year term makes sense. I do, however, think that it would make sense to have the initial appointees staggered. And I did have an amendment proposed that would stagger them so that among the first 8, half would be appointed for 4 years and half for 2, so that you would have some rotation occurring. Lastly, I certainly hope that we don't just continually reappoint the same people time after time. That's not healthy for the organization. In healthy organizations, you have change at times and you develop young talent and young leadership, and you need to bring new people into committee work. Thank you.
List has gotten out of order a bit. That's on the screen. I have been recording it as it goes. The next person who's up, I spoke out of turn, was actually, the order is actually Bauer, Richard Williams, Mr. Bowman, Mr. Just, Mr. Singler, Mr. Brock, and Mr. Morford. So the first one up is Bauer, then Williams, Bowman, Just, Singler, Brock, and Morford. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm getting tired of listening to all these claims of on democracy and what the governance task force put together. We are talking about governance of a corporation, and the delegates are showing plenty of opportunity to assert themselves in that process. But as Leela said, this is about issues of the nuts and bolts of how is this committee going to work together to get good nominees in front of us. And it's going to require them to have time together and space those decisions over a longer period of time than simply a year, as Harold wanted, or 2 years, as this amendment provides. The idea that we'll just simply reappoint is the totally wrong idea and is the problem with some of our committees right now. I certainly hope that whatever happens here, the delegates take seriously their responsibility to select a diverse group of candidates who care about this committee and the work that they have to do, whether it's for 2 or 4 years. I think longer is better. We can always reconsider it if we find that they're not doing the job that we do. But let's take a long-range view on some of this stuff and not get stuck in kind of what I think are silly, nonsense arguments about democracy.
All right, Mr. Bauer, the next person in line was Mr. Williams. He has sent me a message that he does not wish to speak at this time. That means the next person in line would be Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman, you may unmute. You have the floor.
Yeah, I would just stand in support of the amendment for them to serve 2 years, not for the reasons that were previously stated, but since the those serving on the nominating committee can't nominate themselves to be on the EB, it stands to reason you would want people to be able to cycle through the nominating committee in case they want to run for the executive board, and without there being the big hoopla of having to have special elections or revisit it, you know. So the more people are cycling through the nominating committee, or the faster that they're cycling through it, then the easier it would be for people who were serving on the nominating committee to then, if they decide later, 2 years in this case, later, to run for the executive board, it would just happen naturally instead of having to resign from the nominating committee so that they could run for the executive board without violating the, you know, the laws that prohibit them from serving on both or whatnot. So I'm in favor of serve for 2 years.
Well, there are certainly a number of people who believe that folks who serve on the nominations committee should not be eligible to run for the executive board anytime soon. And we also have prohibition in the nominating committee for those to be able to be nominated, who are serving, to be able to be nominated by the committee. All right. Mr. Singler, you have the floor.
Thank you. Also, thank you for this amendment that was proposed for the 2 years. I know the word democracy keeps coming up in regards to some of the proposals we're voting on. And what's funny is democracy is not necessarily the same defined depending on who you're asking. For some, it's just the ability to speak on a matter. For some, it's the ability to vote. It's clear that, at least from what I'm hearing between GTF, the EB, as well as other delegates, that the nomination committee is a step in that right direction in terms of best practices for a nonprofit. As we're talking about the time of service for some of these members, very interested in DeQuinn's staggered amendment later, but as we're talking about serving in the best interests of US Chess, something that's not being said, but I'm hearing, is people's time of service. How can they properly align their time on the EB to then the nominations committee? And so, and I think it's important for individuals to be able to see kind of the direction of their track in US Chess and how it's developing and their impact. It's important. However, the step for 2 years versus 4 starting out, I think is a great indication that US Chess is taking that step forward with that nominations committee and trust. And it gives an opportunity to see whether or not the 2 years is long enough. You know, we might find that it is. We might find that 4 years may be a better run, and that's something to revisit. So I'm in favor of the serving for 2 years, although it seems like baby steps we are progressing as an entity. And so I would like to see support for that. Thank you.
Mr. Brock and then Mr. Just, because Mr. Morford's already spoken to the motion.
How would we determine who's 2-year and who's 4-year? Would it be reasonable to simply?
That's not the motion which is on the floor. The motion on the floor is for members to serve for 2 years. You need to speak to the motion that's on the floor.
Pass.
Mr. Just, you have the floor.
Call the question.
The question has been called. I'm clearing the board. Is there anyone who objects to calling the question? Seeing none, the question has been called. So we have a poll then to vote on the change of the term and the nominations committee from 4 years to 2. All in favor? Well, no, this is, yeah. No, this is not calling the question. Remove this one. We are actually, the question, calling the question had no objection. We are voting on the actual amendment to go to 2 years. There we go. Closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 65 have voted in favor of that amendment. 32 opposed, 0 abstained. So the term is amended to go from 4 years to 2. We have other amendments that have been proposed to this. Can we bring, what do we have next? This is an amendment that's presented by Mr. Reed of Texas, wanting to significantly restructure this, having 4 members appointed by the executive board and having those 4 members to it left. I see the message, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed has withdrawn this amendment because it is no longer relevant. We have amendments presented by Mr. Winston, I believe, to address this motion. I think we just go ahead and before we get there, Mr. Bauer is in line to speak. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
No, I was going to speak on whatever amendment of Harold gets offered.
All righty. Mr. Winston, you may unmute your mic, please.
All right. I'm actually.
Hold on just a second. Let's get some stuff in front here. The first item is you had an amendment which you said you wanted to change the 4 years, which is now 2 to 1 year. So
I'm withdrawing that in view of what we've already voted.
Okay, I am moving, obviously, that Amendment 2 is moot.
Right.
Because Amendment 2 is what is now actually in the motion. So that is moot.
Right.
Come out. So item number 3.
All right. I think item 3 is actually the only one that's still left. All right. My reasoning for that is.
Hold on a minute. Stop.
Sure.
So then you are withdrawing number 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is the motion that we have in front of us. You have the floor to present.
All right. The wording, I understand the committee wants to make sure that we are as at least one candidate for each position, and that's fine with me. But the wording as now says, the committee shall nominate the same number of candidates as there are open positions in the next election. My problem with that is there are some candidates who will value their independence and will not want a committee endorsement and feel they don't need it. And I don't think the committee should be forced to run someone against those candidates. Therefore, I would simply take out the sentence, and I think the committee can do the work it's designed for.
Mr. Bauer, you have the floor to speak to the motion, the amendment.
So the motion, as Harold presents it, is more likely to be read in the opposite direction, that the committee should elect more or select more candidates than less. I think the hypothetical Harold raises is going to be rare, but the other direction may not be. And for practical purposes, it's difficult to get people to run if they think that you may be selecting some other candidates as well. And given that they will not necessarily know that when they tell you that they were going to run, I think this just raises practical issues. We want to make this as simple as possible, and this committee has a lot of work to do. Just telling them, find a candidate for the number of positions that are open in an election is simple, and we'll let them be more likely to achieve their goal.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Mr. Morford, you have the floor.
I rise to support the proposed amendment. Why tie the committee's hands? I mean, either scenario could occur. We could have a situation where they have more highly qualified candidates than the number of openings. They might as well just endorse everyone who looks highly qualified. You could have the odd situation where there might be a year where they don't think they have enough. So are they going to endorse somebody they don't think is qualified? I think you should let the committee make a decision on this. Why tie their hands?
I will speak to one of those issues. One of the problems that was envisioned is, and I'll just use myself as an example, when I was recruited to serve on the board, which I was, because of being a CPA, if you tell me you're recruiting 2 or 3 other CPAs because you need a CPA on the board, I'm not interested. You know, if you want me as for my skills, that's fine. If you want to then say, we're going to find somebody because we want somebody with your skills, but we're going to go out and bring in 3 other people with your skills, you're going to have trouble recruiting in that way. And that's been my experience with a lot of nonprofit boards.
You know, I don't think I've used my 2 minutes, and
I'm leaving you. I'm getting you up. I did not mute you.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing in deleting the sentence. You're not requiring them to recruit extra CPAs. I mean, they have the freedom under the current policy to come up with 2 or 3 CPAs running for the same position anyway. I mean, I don't see how this affects your scenario.
I'm sorry you failed to be able to see that. All right, let's move on. Mr. Ballou, you have the floor.
I think I'm going to lower my hand. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, I've dropped the, I've got to go pick that up just a second. Mr. Van Ross, you have the floor.
Southern California calls a question, Mr. President.
Question has been called. All right, we have the list of people who are lined up to speak. I'm going to clear that. Is there objections to calling the question? There is an objection to calling the question. Therefore, we will have a poll. I got it. Motion is called the question on the amendment. Five, four, three, two, one. We're ending the polling. 75 have voted to call the question, 14 have opposed. That's more than 2/3. The question is called. I'm getting feedback from somebody with an open mic. I don't know who that is. I'm going to mute down a couple of people that haven't gotten muted. So we are now voting on this motion to basically strike the sentence committees will nominate the same number of candidates as there are open positions in the election. That means that the committee, there were 4 positions, the committee can nominate 1. If there were 4 commissions, the committee could nominate 27. Actually, the committee could nominate 0, frankly, the way that's. We're getting together the polling question for that. Sorry, I'm working to get a polling question up. There we go. Delete the sentence that the committee shall nominate the same number. Vote for this, you're allowing to nominate 0 to 100. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. This amendment passes 53 to 42. So that sentence is stricken from the main motion. All right. That's all the amendments that we have in place at this point. We're not to this point.
Alan, there are additional amendments that have come in.
That's what I was getting to. It's all like we had queued up. I did have a member say they'd sent another amendment. All right, so we have a motion up from Leela Quinn that would take, the language now reads that the terms of the nominating committee would be 2 years. This changes it to say that there would be 4 members appointed to 4-year terms, 2 named by the delegates and 2 named by the executive board, and 4 members appointed to 2-year terms, 2 named by the delegates and 2 named by the executive board. This would change the 6-to-2 split. It would also change the 2-year term to a 4-year term with them staggered. Mr. Quinn, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes. Obviously I drafted this before we had the vote on changing the split to 6-to-2, but I think it can stand as it is. I think that the 4-to-4 split frankly makes more sense. There's not any suggestion that the 4 members that would be appointed by the executive board would be EB members or controlled by the executive board or anything like that. The primary purpose of this, though, is for us to have terms that would stagger so that everybody wouldn't be rolling off of the committee at the same time. So that you would have continuity of half of the committee members going forward when half are replaced. And that provides the kind of continuity that you need for the committee to continue to do its work.
I believe that this motion is out of order. I think this issue has already been decided in switching to the 2-year term and switching to the 6-2 split. So I'm ruling this motion out of order. Is there anyone who objects to the motion or to the ruling of the chair? If so, just raise your hand. I'm clearing the hand raising because I think those were people speaking to it. I'm lowering the hands. I've ruled the thing out of order. Does anyone object to the ruling of the chair on this amendment as being out of order? Seeing no objection, we will move on. I believe we have another amendment. Is that correct? From Rachel Schechter. Rachel Schechter, I'm giving you the ability to unmute. She wants to.
Very much. This is very elementary based on what we've been discussing. I do think it should appear somewhere. The rationale is right there: to maintain the integrity of the royal being. All nominees must have demonstrated a working knowledge of chess at this local, state, and/or federal level.
What does working knowledge of chess mean? That's very unclear to me. Is a working knowledge of chess knowing how the horsey moves, or is it knowing how to play the Ruy Lopez? Is it knowing how to pair in a 200-player Swiss tournament? What does that mean?
I left it open for broad interpretation for that reason, Mr. President. We can't have people being nominated that think chess is tall checkers. You know, I think there has to be some knowledge of what we do. We're unlike any other governing body in the country. Whether you run a kindergarten class for chess, whether you compete at a grandmaster level, whether you just are involved as, however, there has to be some connection to the game itself.
If a person has played one rated game, do they have a working knowledge of the game?
Well, I would leave to be determined by people better qualified than myself. Perhaps
that's my question. I don't know that this has enough definition, but
okay.
We have people lined up to speak. Just a minute. Let me start getting my list together. Mr. Man Ross, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call the question.
Questions called on this. Now, if we could just wait a minute for that. I've got a boatload of people with their hands up, and we're struggling to get that list together in case calling the question does not pass.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I had a point of information before the question was called. I tried to send it to you.
Go ahead, please. I'm dealing with a lot of stuff here.
That's okay. What does federal level mean here? Should that say national level?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
The words are substantially identical. We're just going to change it to national from federal. I don't think that changes the text any, and I do believe that's probably.
It doesn't. Thank you very much.
I have about 40 speakers lined up for this. I'm going to, good Lord, just a minute. If you're not in line already, you're not in line. I'm dropping those
So
hands.
glad I called that question.
We have a question called. Do we have any objections to calling the question? We have an objection to calling the question. Those who are in favor of calling the question on this amendment. I have a number who have not yet voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in polling. Share results: 70 voted in favor of calling the question, 24 opposed. The question is called. So now we will be voting on the amendment. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polling on that has ended. This motion fails. The vote is 20 in favor, 67 opposed, 3 voting present. That amendment fails. Mr. Reed has raised a point of order saying, does the person that submitted the amendment object to changing the verbiage of federal to national? That question was actually irrelevant before the thing because they're the same word. They mean exactly the same thing. So the ruling is for chairs that the point of order is overruled. If there's anyone who wishes to object to the ruling of the chair on the motion that's already been defeated. Is that what you're trying to do, Sean? Or is your hand up?
My apologies, Mr. President. Please mute me.
For some other reason? Okay, thank you.
Alan looks like dejected indeed.
All right, we have an amendment from Jonathan Singler of Alaska, rather, wanting to add the verbiage that the nominating committee may not essentially provide any assistance given to all running candidates. I think the motion is up in front of us. Mr. Singler, you have the floor.
Jonathan Singler from Alaska. Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with you that hope is not a business plan. And as we're talking about the word democracy, transparency, faith, and good practices between these different committees, personally for myself, with the minimal experience I have working on nonprofits for the past 10 years, I have seen this happen a few times. And although I think there's something in the bylaws of US Chess that regards this, from my personal comfort as a state delegate and regarding the proposal of the nominations committee, I personally would like to see something in writing similar to this that's proposed that states that it's directed towards the nomination committee's candidates to not really receive any more assistance than the other candidates would regarding the Chess Life advertisement or any kind of endorsements as such. Simply put, trying to create a fair platform for those running is important. And I believe a couple delegates earlier had mentioned the idea that there may be, more support from U.S. Chess members, et cetera, delegates, in support of the U.S. Chess's endorsed candidates, and that's understandable. However, in terms of the actual election process, I think fairness and justice regarding this process should be quite agreeable with most people. The purpose of this is just to have it in writing, although we do assume best intentions from everybody here, but we can't rely on hope. So.
We have a question as to a point of information.
Yes.
Is what does the term U.S. chess mean, and what does the term minimum assistance mean?
U.S. Chess, as far as any committee regarding, I guess, U.S. Chess as an organization. As far as, what was the second?
I'm still not
point of information
meant by U.S. Chess. Would you say that again? Because I just didn't.
U.S. Chess as the nonprofit organization of which we're all a part of.
All right. And the next question is, what does the term minimum assistance mean?
Well, when we look at the running candidates, for example, for the executive board, we see that they do get advertisement per se and Chess Life. So what I'm proposing is to ensure that the candidates that are selected by the nominations committee for running do not receive any extra assistance to their campaigning.
The Chess Life statement provision is written into the bylaws.
Yes.
Yes. The bylaws,
Mhm.
or there's no provision in the bylaws in the election process for anything else to be done.
Yes, but for this, as far as the proposal that was put for comfort, it would be nice to have that in this proposal.
Mr. Williams,
yeah,
you have the floor for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. President. These were my points of information that I raised. My concern is that as written, U.S. Chess could be so broadly construed as to constrain the ability of any member of the 501c3 organization from participating in the political process. Thank you.
All right. Before we go down to other speakers for this, Mr. Reed has a point of personal privilege that he would like to address.
I'd just like to raise that the point of order was done listed prior to the vote. I would not have submitted that after the vote. That's all. Thank you.
That is a true statement, and I sort of missed it as we went, but it ended up not changing the language, I don't believe. Substantively. All right, where are we at? Mr. Bauer says he can accept this as a friendly amendment. Can we just include this in the motion then and move on from here? Mr. Blue, I think that's acceptable, is it not?
No, Mr. President, it is not. Once the motion has been...
You're right. Yeah, it goes to the body as a whole. I'm with you. All righty. So we have some people set up to speak to the motion. Mr. Reed, you're on the list to speak to the motion, and I don't know for sure if when I had you before, I think I queued you out. I don't know for sure if you want to speak to it, but I'm going to give you the floor to speak to this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I do not need to speak to.
Okay, thank you. Just striking from that list. Sorry, got confused. Mr. Quercia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that pronunciation.
I've been working on it, man. I've been trying.
It's perfect, actually. You got it perfectly. My Italian ancestry will appreciate that. Okay, I rise to speak in favor of this amendment. I'll just say this quickly. In order to maintain a level playing field in a democratic election, it is necessary to keep the playing field as level as possible through means of money and advertisements that circulate in the election. So any extra help that would be given to the candidates needs to come from the candidates' coffers themselves. I agree with Mr. Singler that fairness is essential to the voting process. This amendment will ensure that the Coalition for Democracy in Chess will be strong. Please vote yea on this amendment. I yield my time.
I have several points of information being raised. First person is Walter High. Mr. High, you may present your point of information, asking the question.
Just have a brief question. Would this prohibit individual members of the nominating committee from openly supporting a candidate after the nomination had been made? Are they muted by their membership on the nominating committee from supporting anyone?
Mr. Singler, your mic is still open if you...
Absolutely. I'm going to be honest, Mr. High. I think that's a question that is very valid. It does extend beyond what I have written here for the amendment. And I would probably direct that to more dialogue within the delegates, just because as we're talking about this nominations committee, which is, new today with how we're addressing it, I do think there is room to discuss that. But for my purpose here specifically is to say, look, what US Chess already provides for the campaign process for the candidates that are running should not be increased for the candidates selected by the nominations committee.
That answer your question, Mr. High? I think the answer
sort of halfway. It doesn't really address the basic issue that I raised.
Yeah, I think the answer was we hadn't thought that through.
Yeah.
Mr. Messenger, you, just a second. You also have a point of information.
Yes. Currently, write-in candidates, I believe, don't get statements in Chess Life. But this amendment seems to be saying that even a write-in candidate would get the same Chess Life messages as any regular candidate. Is that the intention?
Not just Chess Life specifically, but it's across the board. It's basically to ensure that there is no extra support for those candidates. If we want to...
I'm sorry, Mr. Singler, you're missing the point of the question. The question was, does this provision also pertain to write-in candidates? The bylaw provide a procedure for write-in candidates to be to apply to be on the ballot. Those write-in candidates, however, do not have the opportunity to submit statements in Chess Life, for example. So does this extend to write-in candidates?
It's a great question, and sorry.
All running candidates.
Mm-hmm. Great question, Mr. Messenger. Actually, the audio cut out, so I couldn't hear part of that. As far as the write-in candidates, it's already unfortunate, like you said, Mr. President, that they do not get certain benefits that other proposed candidates that were already running get. I think, once again, that needs to be addressed as a whole with the process. Simply put, going back to the purpose of this amendment in and of itself is just to start that fair play, fair campaigning across the board. So for the write-in candidates specifically, it's unfortunate, but that's a point in which we need to address and fix.
I have a question as
Yes,
well
sir.
That I just don't know how this dovetails into the main motion. The main motion has a provision for the nomination committee to announce its nominees.
Yes.
So it is unclear to me if you expect this applies, if this is a motion intending to remove the ability of that.
No, I did not write this in terms of removing that. I think it's fair for US Chess to say, hey, these are our candidates. However, which I guess the argument could be made, hey, that's saying, hey, you should support our candidates because we're US Chess. maybe there's an argument there for that. However, go ahead, Mr. President.
That's so what you're saying is this motion does not address that issue.
This motion does not address specifically that, but once again, it's a work in progress. And I think with this motion that's before you today is a step in that direction, just trying to create that fairness with the new nominations committee and the way it's being handled.
There is a suggestion that was sent to me in the chat from Mr. Winston about the language on this. I think I'm just going to recognize that. I know it's not in the order of speaking, but Mr. Winston, I think you had a suggestion.
Yeah, it's sort of a friendly amendment. If you change the words "all running candidates" to "all nominated candidates," then you don't have to worry about the write-in situation.
Because
and I think that's what the maker of a motion has in mind.
Because the self-nominated candidates are nominated.
Correct.
Yes.
Exactly. This amendment is, like you said, Mr. Winston.
Would that be okay, Mr.
Yes.
Singler? Can
Yes,
we change that?
Yes.
So now the motion is given to all nominated candidates. Mr. Emmett, to make your motion, you need to get in line. Mr. Just, you have the floor.
Call the question.
Question has been called. We have a whole list of people. Let's clear that list. We have objections to calling the question. We have an objection to calling the question. We have a few. Therefore, we are going to vote. You don't need to mark. We've got it. Question. We're voting on the objections to call the question. If you wish to call the question, vote on this amendment. Five, four, three, two, one. There were 66 votes in favor of calling the question, 26 votes opposed. Therefore, the question is called. We are now voting on this amendment. I'll give Carol a minute to that motion up for us. There are a number of people who have not yet voted, enough that will swing this vote. Five, four, three, two, one. This amendment passes 52-36 to 3. With the change that what is presented here, there is one difference. What is passed, it does not say running candidates. It says nominated candidates in the last sentence. We in agreement on that? Mr. Ballou?
Mr. President.
Chairman?
I'm sorry, hold on a minute. Carol,
Yes.
go ahead.
It has come to my attention on the amendment offered by Ms. Schechter that when crafting the motion, I substituted EB instead of nominating committee members regarding the people who need to have chess knowledge. I don't know if that in any way invalidates the poll, given that all we spoke about were nominating committee members. But thanks to Alexi Root, she pointed that out, and I'm not quite sure what the procedure is to rectify that, whether a simple show of hands, understanding what the motion was, or whether we need to vote on that a second time.
Mr. Ballou, you have raised a point of information.
Yes, my point of information is just where is this text to be added? This was a motion to amend that was highly unspecific. I did not have a chance to speak before the question was called. I would have moved to postpone indefinitely because this question is ill-formed.
Well, since there's no direction to it, I think it has to be added at the end. It's the only place to add it. Are there other, I believe there are some other amendments. Are there other amendments to this motion?
Yes. Let me pull it up on the other computer. We have one more after this.
I'm clearing the board of raised hands. The motion that we have before us now would prohibit any member of the executive board, current member of the executive board, from serving on nominations. Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, so basically it's to avoid possible conflicts of interest that may arise from, if the purpose of the nominating committee is to nominate people to the executive board, it stands to reason that there's a conflict in having executive board members serving on the nominating committee, because they would basically be nominating people to be working with them on the board, but they may not agree with their vision or how they would run or want to serve on the executive board. So to avoid that conflict of interest, or even the appearance of a conflict of interest, I think it should be stipulated that if you're a current member of the executive board, you may not serve on the nominating committee, meaning you can't be appointed by either the delegates or the executive board to serve on the nominating committee.
People speaking to this, just a minute. Hold on a second.
And if you want to pull up the rationale again, that's fine, I think. But I was just going to say, people may not agree with, someone may have an issue with serving alongside someone on the boards. So they shouldn't let that, they shouldn't have the power to be able to voice whether that person gets a nomination from the nomination committee because they may not want to serve. I know that doesn't apply to anyone here, but just it opens the possibility of it, and I want to avoid that potential.
I think it would apply to some people here. The problem
You
is,
said it, not
of
me.
course, we make the point that that person would be one vote of 8. Mr. Camerata, I'll come to your point of information after we deal with this proposed amendment, because I think it doesn't relate to this proposed amendment.
And should we also be pointing out that I'm okay with them if they were previously serving on the executive board, but not currently serving on the executive board.
Okay, we've got that because it says current. All right, thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Just, you have the floor.
What happened to Mr. What happened to Mr. Neat?
You're right. No, Mr. Neatman should come first. I apologize. Mike, you have the floor. Mr. Neatman has disappeared. I think Mr. Neatman actually has disconnected from the call at this point for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not seeing him on my participants list. We'll pick him up as if he comes back in. Mr. Just, you have the floor then.
I will lower my hand.
Okay. Next person up then is Mr. Prosser.
I think if you look through the Slack conversations on this, you'll find very few people who are as adamant about avoiding the conflict of interest idea than I was. But I do agree that this committee does need some advice from the board. They're the ones that know best what is needed to be a board member. I rise and oppose to this because I think there could be a current board member on there. I think that would be great. They can't run for election, be nominated by that board, so they can't affect that next election. But I do think this committee needs the advice of a board member. That's why we went to 6-2, so those board members couldn't have a heavy hand in the outcome. So.
Mr.
All right,
Chair.
Mr. Prosser. Mr. Manella, you have the floor.
All right, I'm in favor of this amendment. Just to address the issue that the committee needs the board's advice. That may be true, but the board has appointed 2 people, and I'm sure that they are perfectly capable of informing their 2 appointees of what they wish, who they consider, make suggestions. So there is no reason for board members to actually be on this committee in order to make their wishes known. It is a huge conflict of interest, and there is no way around it. You should not have incumbent board members sitting on a board that decides who gets nominated and who doesn't. I yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Neatman has returned. Mr. Neatman, you have the floor.
My apologies. I had a system crash or something here momentarily, right when I raised my hand, of course. No, I'm against this amendment. Those of us that are term limited, why can't we serve on this committee? We can't run again. So it doesn't make any sense to exclude someone who's term limited. If someone is on the executive board who has stated they will only run for 1 or 2 terms, not complete out to where they would be term limited, why can't they go on this nominations committee? Who better than past board members or current board members understand who needs to be on the board as far as what skill set is needed to be on the board? I think there has to be some either current or former executive board experience on this nominations committee. Thank you.
Mr. Morford, you have the floor.
Thank you. Steve Morford, Southern California. There's nothing in this proposed amendment that would prohibit the board from submitting suggestions to the nominating committee in terms of the types of people that are going to be needed on future boards. So for example, if they've identified that just because of turnover, they're going to need some more people with financial backgrounds. There's nothing that says they can't communicate that to the nominating committee. So I don't think it's going to interfere with the board's ability to analyze the needs that they have in terms of the composition. And I thought part of the rationale for creating this committee in the first place was that the board wanted to be freed up because of all the other responsibilities they have. So I support this.
Mr. Quinn, you have the floor.
I oppose this for a lot of the reasons that Mr. Neatman's expressed. Because members of the nominating committee cannot be nominated, someone who would be seeking re-election would not be able to serve as a member of the EB, but other EB members certainly could serve and serve well. It doesn't mean that the EB is necessarily going to select EB members to make its appointments. It may select other people altogether, but with the EB appointing only 2 members to the committee, I fail to see how those 2 members could take over or control the committee. And the suggestion that there's a conflict of interests suggests that our fiduciaries are not serving as fiduciaries. They are bound to serve in the best interest of U.S. Chess, and that would include their committee service here to be looking for nominees, vetting nominees, recruiting nominees who would serve well and serve the interests and goals of U.S. Chess. They're not acting in a self-interested way. And I think I said the same thing when we had the town hall on this. If someone sees an EB member as self-interested, then they should start the process to have that person removed. Our EB members are not self-interested. There's not a conflict here. They're acting in the best interests of U.S. Chess, and in doing that, those that are not seeking re-election certainly could serve on the nominating committee.
Members of the board are required to serve on a fiduciary capacity, just as informative. So in a fiduciary capacity, you're required to place the interest of the organization above your own. So Mr. Bowman, you said you're claiming a point of privilege. What is that, please?
Well, just to address the.
That's not a. Well, if you want to speak to the motion, if you're speaking to the motion, that's not a matter of personal privilege. You're just in line to speak to the motion again. Mr. Manross, you have the floor.
Thank you kindly, Mr. President. First of all, the proposal from Florida is spectacular. It cuts to the heart of what we hear going on from the whistleblowers of the governance task force, that the governance task force has repeatedly brought up the issue of, will former executive board members be on the nominations committee? Will they be eligible for the 8th seat that was just supposedly incorporated through Article 6 permanently? This basically cuts to the heart of that issue. Now, it doesn't do a good enough job, honestly, because we can't. We've been blocked from that. But because this proposal suggests that current members of the executive board may not serve on the body that creates future members of the executive board, it creates a greater continuity for the membership to enforce democracy in chess. Therefore, having heard the former president of Southern California, Mr. Morford, who supports this motion, this amendment, I should say, and I know on behalf of my vice president, Dylan Huercha, who you've all heard a great deal from, a great fighter for democracy in chess, great champion of democracy in chess, I believe that I can speak on behalf of not only all of Southern California, but all of the Coalition for Democracy in Chess, and saying we certainly support this amazing amendment from Mr. Bowman, and thank you to the great state of Florida for proposing it. I yield my time.
Mr. Williams, you have the floor.
I move to refer this to the Bylaws Committee.
Motion has been made to refer this to the Bylaws Committee. I believe we have the people whose names are in line here. I'm going to clear this. We have a motion to refer. We have some people who wish to speak to the motion to refer. Mr. Manross, you wish to speak to the motion to refer.
Southern California adheres to the axiom, Mr. President, that while the delegates are together this one brief time a year, we ought to handle as much as can be handled. The Bylaws Committee has voted down multiple things which the delegates have then turned around and ignored, according to Mr. Winston. Because a former president of U.S. Chess has indicated that the vote of the Bylaws Committee may or may not coincide with what the delegates ultimately decide, I do indeed believe that we should handle this now and at the present time with the delegates here together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time.
Mr. Moore.
I'm opposed to the motion to refer. I think this is a very clear motion. I can't imagine that it's going to be in conflict with our bylaws. And it goes to the heart of a lot of the things we've been talking about over the last couple of days related to bringing in new blood while trying to maintain the organization, its effectiveness, and it will help maintain some separation of powers between the different parts of the organization, which I think is healthy. I yield the rest of my time.
I had to stand up and pick something up. Figured you didn't need to see me do that. We have a note from our parliamentarian. Ken, your mic is open.
Mr. President, I'd like to point out to the body that a motion to refer an amendment to bylaws will in fact refer the motion to amend and the main motion together to bylaws.
Well, the speaker did in addressing the prior motion, say we should not rush to do any of this in a special meeting. So maybe that's what folks want to do. Mr. Manella, hold on a minute. Mr. Manella had a, no, just a minute. Leela, I believe you have a point of order.
I was just asking whether a motion to refer requires a second.
It generally does. This environment makes that a little bit of a challenge, but I've rarely seen them show up on the floor that didn't get a second so that we went ahead and talked about it. It's very rare. So anyway, now we have Mr. Manella, who has a point of information, so he will be asking a question about the motion, I assume. Whoop, I'm sorry, Jim, I muted you back. Go ahead and unmute. Jim, you'll need to unmute.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You unmuted and I accidentally muted you back. I'm sorry.
Okay, accidentally, I'm sure.
Well, it was, sir.
My question is, if the motion to refer passes, and in the interim, while the bylaws committee is considering it, a EB member is appointed to this committee, what happens?
The motion will refer not just this motion, but the whole motion, the whole concept to the bylaws committee.
All right, thank you. That answers the question.
Mr. Just.
Call the question.
The question as to this amendment has been called.
No, the referral.
Question on the referral.
I got it. As to the referral of this amendment and the main motion to the bylaws committee has been called. Are there objections to calling the motion? There is an objection. All in favor of calling the question? On the motion to refer? I'm going to stop the polling right now. You didn't get to vote. Don't worry about it. The motion to call had 74 votes in favor out of 100. That's clearly going to be 2/3. So the motion to refer is what is on the table right now. We will vote on the motion to refer.
Refer to bylaws, correct?
Yes, to refer to bylaws. This will clarify, refer not just the amendment, but will also refer the main motion. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The motion to refer fails. There were 32 votes in favor, 60 votes opposed, 4 voted present. So the motion, we are back to discussion of the motion at hand. I believe the next person who is up is Mr. Singler, according to the list. Speaking to the motion to amend.
Yep, Jonathan Singler from Alaska.
You get closer to the mic, please. You're a little hard to hear.
Can you hear me now?
That's much better.
Perfect. Yeah, so as far as the current amendment before us, the current members of the executive board may not serve on the nominations committee. Really seems like it only applies to the upcoming nominations committee. And so personally, I do not see the problem that's being addressed or being mentioned, which is continuity of the board, fresh blood on the board. So I don't know if it needs to be added as far as the year for the nominations committee, but it's very clear cut what it's addressing, which is this next nominations committee cannot have current members of the EV serving on it. It's unfortunate, like I mentioned earlier, with the timing of certain people's interests and how they're serving with US Chess, but we're looking at the service as a whole, not necessarily individual tracks of service. I yield my time.
Next person in line to speak would be Mr. Brock. Need to unmute, Bill. There you are.
Read my lips. I call the question.
Question has been called. Lower all the hands. Are there objections to calling the question? Seeing no objections, we will now vote on this amendment. The amendment would say, doesn't say where it would be added. I assume it would be added. Well, when we get back into the main motion, we'll figure out where to stick it. Because the motion doesn't say where it will go. I think I know where to put it. No, I mean, I think I know where in the motion it would fit. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Point is moot. The motion to amend fails. There were 34 votes in favor, 53 votes opposed, and 4 people voted present. So this amendment fails.
Could you give me those numbers again, Alan? Sorry, I didn't write them down.
Sure, no problem at all. There were 34 in favor, 53 opposed, and 4 voted present.
Thank you.
34, 53, and 4. So now, do we have other amendments that are still floating around to this? Mr. Losoff has asked over in the Slack workspace if he knows if Zoom surveys disclose who voted each way or only records the total. Zoom surveys record who voted each way on each mission, each item. However, we can only do 25 surveys in a particular open meeting. We're having to reuse them. And so we are actually clearing out the data of people who actually voted for and against certain items, because we have to be able to have the number of polls that are up there. So that's the item here. Okay, Mr. Manella has has some amendments here that he is proposing. I think that the first item is moot because there was an amendment just proposed to do that and it was defeated. So his first amendment, I am ruling as moot. Are there, the next item, none of the 2 executive board appointed members can have served on the EB in the previous 5 years. That would also be moot because the previous motion was failed. So now we are down to number 3. Mr. Manella, I'm getting you the floor. You can unmute Mr. Manella. You have the floor to talk about item number 3.
All right, item number 3. One thing, I would like to amend my amendment from now 8 years to 4 years. When this was written, the term for a member was 4 years, and I wanted to make it 2 terms. So now that it is 2 years, I will accept 4 years. The reason is quite simple. We want a non-political board. People with political ambitions of their own should not serve on this very powerful committee. Right now, the way this proposal was worded, there is nothing to stop somebody from serving on the board, resigning, and then getting nominated by the board. So I think we need something that says there must be a waiting period. 4 years seems reasonable to me. This will discourage people with political ambitions of their own from serving on the board, and I think that's a good thing. I'm open to discussion.
Moment. I'm working on managing the queue here. First person up is David Hayter.
I rise to speak against this amendment. It is hard enough to find people willing to serve in various capacities. When we're asking someone to serve on this nominating committee, we're now saying they cannot run for 6 years, 2 years on the committee and 4 years thereafter. The 8 years was absolutely terrible. The 4 years is a much improvement, but it is still going to be difficult to recruit someone and say, oh, by the way, you cannot run for the next 6 years if you agree to serve on this committee.
Mr. Brock.
Hi. Politics is not a dirty word. Political ambitions are even not a bad thing. If one's ambition is to serve U.S. chess membership and the general public, that's what 501c3 organizations do. Self-dealing is bad, hubristically wanting to put one's face on some public monument is bad, but politics taken in the most general sense, and you wouldn't know it from living in the United States in 2020, I will concede, is a most admirable thing. I think on its face, this amendment is a bad idea. U.S. chess has a strange history. do not get stuck up on the fact that we've had these warring factions from New York and New Jersey, for example, fighting each other, silly, petty little things for the last 40 years. We are here to serve our members and the general public. Forget the past, focus on the future, vote down this amendment, not because the ideas behind it are bad, but because we're a small organization. There are a lot of very bright people on this call, but it's still a tiny pool of talent relative to the 330 million people we have to serve. And why make it even tinier? Thank you.
Mr. Brock, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
I'll call the question.
Question has been called. I have the list of people whose hands are up to speak. Lower those hands. Are there objections to calling the question? There is an objection to calling the question. Motion to call the question. Five, four, three, two, one. Question is called. 78 in favor, 14 opposed, 1 voted present. The question is called. We'll now vote on this amendment.
That should be 4 years, not 8. Correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, that is correct. And that's what's up on the screen.
That was in the motion, yeah.
That was in the motion, yes.
Motion was created when the motion was submitted. Apologies.
So that, what you're voting on is 4 years, not 8. Five, four, three, two, one. Motion to amend is defeated. 20 votes were in favor, 71 votes opposed, 2 votes abstaining. The motion loses 71 to 2. We have further amendments.
We do not, to my knowledge, Mr. Chair, and I think we just need to make sure the record reflects that that motion was amended as it was being introduced for 4 years and not 8 years as presented in the poll.
Amendment, which is to address, I guess, a perceived slight against the state of New York.
I just wanted to say that we're not all so bad. You know, as long as you kind of see it our way, we're okay.
You know, last night, Sophia wondered why I didn't bring the no button. That would have been the good time to use it, but I left it upstairs. Okay, Steve, thank you. Do we have any other amendments? I don't know if we do or not. Is that it, Carol?
Yes.
All right. I tell you what we're going to do. We need to get the motion as amended cleaned up on our sheet. So we're going to take just a moment. I'm going to put it, I'm going to put us in recess for 5 minutes while we get this fixed. So if you want to take a break for a quick recess for 5 minutes, and then I'm going to call us back. I hope I gave you enough time, Carol. If I didn't, I apologize. Our recess is ended. We're back. We've got the motion cleaned up, and it's up here in front of us. We have a whole list of people whose hands have been raised to speak to this motion now, as it has been amended. We've cleared through all the amendments that are there, and we are back into the motion as a whole. I am working off the list that is in the motion file that is in front of us. So I'm not clearing the raised hands, Mr. Manross, because we already have a huge list of people to speak. You can look down there and see if you're already in there. I think if you want to get added to the bottom, you may find that you might not get a chance to get there from here just yet. Question might be called before then. Mr. Barber, you're up first to speak to the amended motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to see that we have, well, massaged this, worked with it, and taken a hard look at all the efforts and energies that have been put into this by the task force group. I think that the edits, changes are suffice to be able to move forward. And of course, we can always revisit this as we choose to or need to. And so I'm very much in favor of seeing this move forward. I was concerned on a number of topics, but I would like to point out something to everyone. There's going to be a liaison that's going to work with this committee. And that liaison is going to be chosen by the evening as a very important person to share knowledge and skills and information. So as we move forward, I really look forward to a liaison who will be able to help out in so many ways. Thank you.
I believe the next person who had been queued up before is Mr. Winston.
All right, I'll be brief. I think all the changes have been improvements. Thank you.
Mr. Quercia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support this motion. I was initially opposed to the original motion, but with the amendments that have been voted on, I will say this is a great compromise here, and I appreciate the willingness of the members to compromise. This motion represents democracy in action, and I'll leave everything else to echo what Dean Barber just said. I yield.
Mr. Hoffman.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Are there objections to calling the question? Please raise your hand. There is an objection to calling the question. We will vote on calling the question. We end the voting because it's really clear. We had a vote of 72 in favor of calling the question, 17 opposed, 1 voting present. The question is called. We are voting on the nominations committee motion. Now, Carol, scroll down, please, from there. this part we are going to vote on separately. This part about amending the language on the election committee, because we did not discuss it in here. The intention had been to include them as one item, but it got missed in discussion. So we have not included that in the discussion. However, I think we can go ahead and add it in here, because if we have the nominating committee, the election committee members have been excluded from any part of the process. They don't sign nominating petitions. They're completely separate from the process. So from the chair, even though this wasn't emphasized in the discussion, I think this is a conforming part of it and a critical part of it that we just add this in. The only change that happens in the bylaws here, this second part is a bylaws change, and it would simply say that no member of the election committee may serve on a nominee. That's all that it adds. Right now, it says no member of the election committee may sign nominating committee, nominating petitions. So it just simply adds the words on a nominating committee. So I think that that is fine to do that. While we're at it, if we're going to amend the bylaws for this, can we make a really quick other change and change maybe a candidate for the USGS Executive Board instead of USCF Executive Board? Just make that change. That's a conforming change with the name of the organization. Is there any, Mr. Baloo?
Mr. President, I ask the delegates to pass this motion by unanimous consent. The election committee very much wants this.
Well, we haven't voted on the other motion yet. What I'm doing is just saying we're including this in with the nominations committee motion, because if the nominations committee motion is defeated, it's moot. It doesn't matter. So I am just from the chair ruling, we're going to include them, vote on them as one.
So this is not an amendment. It's
Right.
not a voted.
Does that?
Thank you.
We're not voting on the amendment. I'm including it in the motion on which we're about to vote, unless anybody objects. All right, before we get there, I have a request for a point of information from Mr. Camerata. I think it would be valid. You may unmute. Frank, you asked me earlier and I forgot.
Yeah, thanks. I just real quick question. Can this nominating committee help with probably the most arduous task that any candidate has, and that's obtaining signatures? Can they actually obtain signatures for the candidate?
Well, actually, right now, the answer would be no, because the amendment, as I read it, a nomination committee may not in any capacity otherwise help that exceeds the minimum assistance given to any nominated candidate. So I don't believe they would be eligible to help get petitions signed.
All right, thanks, Al. Appreciate it.
They can sign it.
They could have without that amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, I think I've got clarification from the parliamentarian. Never mind.
All right. Mr. Hayter asked a point of information. Could the nomination committee advertise who they selected? Actually, what this motion says is that they will announce who they have nominated. So they will announce that. That's part of the motion. And candidates who are nominated can say they were nominated. That's part of the motion. So I think we are clear and we're ready to vote. The motion has been amended. It covers two things. It would create the nominating committee as amended. It also would amend the language in the bylaws regarding the election committee to extend the prohibition of being involved in election activity to serving on the nominating committee. Five, four, three, two, one. Ending the polling, sharing the results. The motion as presented passes, 83 in favor, 10 opposed, 1 not voting, 83 in favor, 10 opposed, 1 not voting. So the nominations committee is created with the amendments and the election committee provision. The bylaws is changed to deal with not elect committee members not serving in the bylaws, not serving on the nominating committee, rather. All right. Give me a minute. All right, we will get to the nominating committee in a minute. We're going to deal with these separately. And we do have a provision in place to vote for people for the nominating committee. We worked that out ahead of time as to a way that we could do it. And when we get to that point, we will talk about how we're going to make that vote happen. The first item that we have for delegate appointed committees, I'm going to run through these and then we're going to bring them up for votes and discussion and votes. The first item is the audit committee. The nominees for that are Mr. Haskell, Mr. Unruh, and me. Mr. Haskell and I are both CPAs. Mr. Unruh, the requirement for the audit committee is that folks who have a background in either a CPA or business finance. Mr. Unruh has that, certainly. The bylaws list you see there, it's largely the same as before. It drops off 2 members who've been on the bylaws committee who've been elected to the executive. That would be Mr. Fong and Mr. Day. It adds me in that. That list came from Mr. Hoffman. The list for the audit committee came from Mr. Unruh. So bylaws then Sandeep Amapali, Leela DeQuinn, Guy Hoffman, Randy Huff, Steve Emmett, Richard Kepke, Gerald Larson, Myron Lieberman, Alex Lemelski, John McCrary, David Mailer, James Manella, Robert Messenger, Alan Priest, Andrew Rea, Gary Walters, and Harold Winston. The election committee was submitted by Mr. Blue. The election committee being Ken Blue, Myron Lieberman, Kenneth Sloan, Andrew Thal. They've traditionally had an alternate, Alex Bralia. The number of that committee is set by the bylaws. The number in the committee is set by the bylaws, but they do have an alternate, so they will be able to have a 4th one if something happens. Ethics was submitted by the outgoing chair of the ethics committee, who is Mr. Day. That list is Ken Ballou, Susan Breeding, Noreen Davison, Anand Malapati, Randy Huff, Paul Kolashevsky, Aris, Margitas, I may say a couple of these wrong. If I do, I'm sorry. Jim Manila, Harold Stencil, Al Terry, Myron Thomas, and Martha Underwood. Most of those folks, I think all of those folks are currently serving on the ethics committee. Mr. Day and Mr. Hayter have served on the ethics committee. They will be dropping out based on their election to the executive board. All righty. Carol, let's put the other part back up, please. Do we have folks who wish to discuss the audit committee? Seeing none, let's vote on the audit committee. If I can find it. Oh, we got them all as one, don't we, Carol? Are there any discussion about the audit committee?
I just changed it back so that they're all
All in
different.
one. I'm with you.
No, no, they're all different.
Okay, well then
Let me find it.
let's put up,
Well, I'm looking for it.
yeah, I'm not seeing it, I'm sorry. Approve the nominees to the audit committee. All in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote nay. That's pretty clear. I'm just going to end the polling. If you haven't voted, that's okay. That vote came out 90 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 voted present. The next one is, are there any questions or comments about the nominees to the bylaws committee? Mr. Van Ross.
Mr. President, a point of information question. If we wished to add members to, for example, the bylaws committee, is this something that state delegations can so nominate at this time?
State delegations generally do not nominate people to committees.
DG
What
myself,
happens
Mr. President.
is- I'm trying to explain that. What normally happens is folks go to those committees and the names are submitted by those committees is what generally happens. So who is it that you wish to add?
I've noticed that the Dean of Scholastic Chess is not on the bylaws committee, and yet he seems to be, from my experience, one of the most, if you'll allow the term, educated into our bylaws of anyone who I've met, of course, just like yourself, sir. So I would like to nominate the Dean of Scholastic Chess for the bylaws committee.
Does that person have a name?
Dwayne Barber, sir, the Dean of Scholastic Chess, one of the greatest philanthropists in our organization.
Not everyone knows to whom you are referring when you say that. So I wanted to make sure we had.
Chair, co-chair, actually.
Mr. Barber.
I don't need it.
I want to thank Sean for providing an opportunity to check things out. I do see a very broad and wide group of young people that can handle the bylaws. And I have certain medical issues right now, which may preclude me being able to be as involved. So I, at this time, would wish to decline, but I do thank him for the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Yeah, problem solved.
Mr. Hayter. Mr. Hayter, you may unmute.
Thank you. Now it's not so important, but what I was going to say is if we are going to amend these lists in any way, then there should be up or down votes on each candidate if we are going to piecemeal the list, but that's not relevant anymore. So I will leave it at that.
All right, seeing no other hands, let's move on. Do we have any issues with the elections committee? Anybody want to make a comment there? Seeing none, we'll move on to the ethics committee. Do we have comments related to the ethics committee? See. Mr. Barber.
Yes, could you scroll up for a moment so I can get the accuracy? Thank you very much. I noticed RES is listed as Canada. Could I ask for an explanation from Ken Blue or someone else?
Mr. President, Mr.
Yes.
Margettis is a U.S. chess member. He is eligible to serve. I would also add Mr. Margettis is an international arbiter. He is an active director in the United States as well.
Thank
That
you
answer
for
your
the
question, Mr.
information.
Barber? Thank you. Oh, sorry. Mr. Eade. Mr. Eade?
Sorry, didn't unmute myself, excuse me.
Okay, there you are. Sorry.
Yeah, I would like to vote individually on this committee, and I wondered how to get that on the floor as a topic.
On which committee?
The ethics? Are we on to ethics? I thought we moved on to ethics.
We're asking questions. That's why we haven't voted on any of the committees yet. We were looking to take them as a, have the discussion as a whole. So you would like to divide the question to vote for them individually. Is that correct?
Well, only in regards to ethics.
Right. You want to divide the question related to ethics and vote on those individually. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Hold on to that. We'll have a discussion about dividing the question. Since we can't, I'm going to hold everybody's hands just like you are. We have no issues with the other ones. We're going to vote on the ones that we have. Okay? So, right, we had a motion to approve the audit committee. I don't think we voted on the other ones. Am I correct? We need
Correct.
to vote on the bylaw committee. Let's bring up the poll for the bylaws committee. You have a motion for the people for the bylaws committee? Five, four, three, two, one. Bylaws committee nominees pass 83-1 with 2 voting present. Next, we have a motion to vote on for the elections committee. Five, four, three, two, one. Results of the election committee, 83 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 voted present. So that motion passes as presented. Now what we have is we have a motion to divide the question and to vote on the ethics committee members individually. Speaking to that motion,
Pardon the interruption.
you have the floor.
Mr. President?
Yes. Yes.
I wanted to inquire if we will be taking an opportunity to discuss individual persons as it relates to the ethics committee vote.
Well, right now, what the motion on the floor is to divide.
Okay.
Mr. Parliamentarian, is a motion to divide debatable?
No, Mr. President.
Then we don't need to debate it. We have a motion to divide, in which we would, if you approve dividing, we will consider each one of these nominees in turn. If you wish to consider each one in turn, the motion to divide is defeated. There were 23 in favor, 61 opposed, 3 voting present. So we will now vote on the We'd already had discussion. We will vote on the motion to approve the nominees for the Ethics Committee. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have voted 82 in favor, 5 opposed, 4 not voting. The nominees for the Ethics Committee are approved. Moving on. Just a minute, I'm clearing something up here. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is nominate at least 6 people for the nominating committee. I believe we have some folks who have some thoughts about that. Mr. Ballou, you have a question and a point of information.
President, I assume that if we
Yep.
have more than 6 nominees for the nominations committee, we will have to hold an election. And I believe that that may take some time to set up.
That's correct, but we will deal with that. We do have a mechanism to vote if we have more than 6 nominations for it.
Mr. President, when the time comes, I will move to suspend the rules so that we may process item 14 while that election is being set up.
I am with you. I'm all over that. All right. Mr. Ray, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize that my question is Andrew Ray, Virginia. My question is not pertaining to this particular item, but I have not been able to get point of information in from an earlier item. That is with some committees other than nominations that are currently have vacancies. How will those be filled?
There are not ones that have vacancies.
On those.
There are not any committees that have vacancies. Those have been the committees that have stated numbers all have this number that is required. So the size of some of the others fluctuates
Okay,
over time.
I had
So
not been
that's
aware that we had a replacement for Mr. Day on our bylaws committee.
We don't. There were 2 members that dropped off. There was 1 member added. There is not a fixed number on the bylaws committee. All right, moving on.
Thank you, sir.
That question solved that issue. Nominations, please. Folks who are interested in nominations to this committee. Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Kevin Pryor of Florida for the nominations committee. Thank you.
Mr. Quinn. Leland. You'll need to unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to nominate Beatrice Marinella and David Grimaud to the nominations committee.
Mr. Manross.
Mr. President, I would also like to make 2 nominations, Steve Morford of Southern California and Jonathan Lee Singler of Alaska.
Mr. Manella.
I would like to nominate Dylan Korsha, Southern California.
I would like to point out to the delegates that if we're looking for particularly diversity and geographic diversity, we may not want to elect everybody to the nominations state. Mr. Williams.
I nominate Leela Dequin of Louisiana.
Mr. Fong.
I'd like to nominate Paul Covington of Colorado.
Mr. Hoffpower.
I'd like to nominate Sophia Rode from New York.
Mr. Talamontes.
I was about to nominate Sophia Rode of New York as well.
Mr. Emmett.
I have to lower my hand because I was about to nominate Sophia Rode of New York State.
Mr. Brock.
I would like to nominate Mr. Shabazz of Florida, Michelle Martinez of Arizona, Chris Wainscott of Wisconsin, who parenthetically is not a delegate, but his consent has been obtained. And Leila Dequin has already been nominated, I believe, or?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Bill, did you have 3 people there then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Diane
Shabazz, Wainscott, and Martinez.
Chris WainScott.
Judith.
Janelle Losoff from Nevada.
Mr. Dubek.
I was going to nominate Beatrice Marinello. She's already been nominated.
Got it. Mr. Bauer.
Randy Hoff of Southern California.
Sorry, David. David, unmute.
Bill Brock of Illinois, and Judith from Northern California.
Judith Stari.
Bill's putting his fingers down though, so.
I'm gonna inquire. We'll be okay. We're going back through it. Mr. Eade.
Yes, I would like to I was going to nominate Judith, but I'd also like to nominate Al Lawrence of New York.
I don't think Al Lawrence can serve in this.
He can't serve
because of, it's my understanding as a trustee of the Chess Trust, they're not involved. They don't sign petitions. They're not directly involved in the election stuff.
My understanding is he's not a trustee.
He's the president.
He's the president.
He's the executive director.
He's
an employee.
I'm not sure that's a distinction with the difference.
Well,
I believe he's on the
there is a
board.
distinction.
Mr. Lawrence, you have the floor. I'm not sure what your status is here.
One moment, please.
Sorry, I wasn't plugged in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm sure what my position is. I'm the managing director of the U.S. Chess Trust. If there's an objection to my being in this mix, it's okay with me. I'm not sure exactly what the rule would come from. Can you explain it?
Well, the Chess Trust, as I understand it, because in discussions with the Chess Trust president, I had inquired about nominating petitions and everything else. I've been informed over the years that Chess Trust was not participatory in nominating petitions and that sort of thing for the U.S. chess side. So,
Mr. Priest, may I inform you that that covers the chairman in office, but not the managing director.
Ms. Reed, just a moment. Let me finish. So my question there had been with in relation to how that applied throughout the trust as a whole. I think the proper person to ask of this might be Mr. Doyle. Steve, I've opened up your mic if you will.
Yeah, thank you, Alan, and hi, everybody. Yeah, I think it's probably best that the trust doesn't participate in the nomination process for the U.S. Chess Federation, although I don't view it as a conflict in many ways, because we support the U.S. Chess Federation in every way, shape, form, financially. Thank you.
All I'm wanting to do is make sure that this is a rule of the trust. It's not a rule of U.S. Chess, and I'm just wanting to make sure there's not an inherent conflict from the folks that work with the trust.
No, I don't view it as an inherent conflict, but I think it's best that we don't get involved.
So, Al, are you withdrawing?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay, I'm about to close nominations. Danny Rode, this is the last one I'm taking.
Point of information, does that affect Beatrice Marinello as well?
It would, I believe, but we're going back through this here in just a second. All right, now. What I am doing is, Mr. Pryor, a speech. What we want to know is, are you willing to serve in this capacity?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Marinello, would you unmute your mic? Be of the trust.
I think it's best for me to exclude myself from this and remain, close to the trust. And of course, the U.S. Chess, I'm a former president of the U.S. Chess Federation. But in order to avoid any potential conflict, I will not be. And I'm thankful to Laila for the nomination, but I will not accept the nomination. Thank you.
Got it. Mr. Gramad. You may unmute. There you go.
All right. Yes, I will.
Mr. Morford.
Yes.
Mr. Singler.
Yes.
Mr. Quercia. Mr. Quercia.
I apologize. What is the question?
You've been nominated for service on the nominations committee. Are you willing to serve in that capacity if elected?
Yes, I am.
Leela.
Yes.
Mr. Covington.
Yes.
Sophia.
I would be honored to.
Mr. Shabazz, your mic is open.
Yes, I will. Thanks.
Mr. Wayne Scott is not a delegate. He's not on the call, but I know he has accepted that. Mr. Brock Said so. Ms. Martinez.
Yes, I'd be willing to serve.
Alan Losoff, I have unmuted your mic. I know you don't dare
Yes,
speak for Janelle, but I think Janelle may be with you.
she has asked me to accept on her behalf. She's at another meeting right now.
Mr. Huff.
Willing to serve.
Mr. Brock.
No, no, no.
Yes.
Judith.
Yes, thank you.
All right. We have a list. As chair, I have a few concerns on this list in that there is a little bit of a lack of some geographic diversity here. So as we vote for that, with the delegates voting for 6, we do want to be concerned about making sure we have some diversity among the group. All right. So we are going to, as Carol takes a few minutes to get that process set up, and when it is set up, we will explain to you all how it's going to work. So we're going to suspend the rules, and if there are no objections, we'll suspend the rules and move on through the agenda while our staff works to set up that
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have 14 names. Is that what you have?
That's what I have, yes.
Yes, that's what I have as well. Mr. Yang, you have a point of information.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. The point of information is what is the order that will be listed for the nominating committee members? And also if their state will also be included for that reason of democratic
We
diversity.
will certainly include the states. That's an identifier for them. I believe we will have them listed alphabetically. Is that correct?
No, they're listed in the order they were presented, but I can go ahead and move things around.
Let's get them listed alphabetically. I think it'll be easier to find folks.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And list the state. All the ones are delegates except for Mr. Wainscott. He's from Wisconsin. The next matter would be the LMA trustees. Mr. Unruh, I am unmuting your mic. These are the LMA nominations that you sent in, I believe.
That is correct. The chair of LMA has nominated the following individuals: Jim Bedenbaugh, Steve Doyle, Leroy Dubeck, Peter Dyson, Dov Gorman, Mike Hoppauer, Beatrice Marinello, Alan Priest, Tim Redmond, Alex Ralia, and Chuck Unruh for service in 2020-21.
Are all those continuing?
Yes.
Okay, I thought they were. All right. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss the LMA trustees? Seeing no discussion. Give me a moment. We have a vote to approve the nominees to the LMA Trust. Five, four, three, two, one. We end the poll. We have 85 in favor, 2 opposed, 4 voting present. So the LMA trustees as presented are approved. We need to go ahead and deal with this other vote because we are down to just cleanup items after that.